meeting. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the traditional owners of the land we are meeting on today. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continuing relationship to the land. I remind all attendees that any member of the public addressing Council must extend due courtesy and respect to Council and the processes under which it operates, and must take direction from the Chair, which is myself, whenever called to do so. Speakers must remain respectful, and statements or questions must not be defamatory, offensive or objectionable, aimed at embarrassing a councillor or a member of Council staff, or relate to a matter outside the powers of Council. Councillors, welcome. Tonight we have a full Board of Councillors. Just welcome Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff and Councillor Copsey from Lake Ward, Councillor Consolo, myself and Councillor Martin from Gateway Ward, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Baxter and Councillor Clark from Canal Ward, and the core presiding officer this evening is our CEO, Mr Peter Smith. Councillors, there's no apology, so I'll move from item 1 to item number 2, which is minutes of the previous meeting. Councillors, the meeting of the special meeting of Council on the 17th of November and Council meeting on the 17th of November also has been circulated. Any questions? There being none, can I get someone to move it for me? Sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor Baxter and Councillor Bond to second. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillors, I now move to item 3 for those of you that wish to declare conflict of interest. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest in regard to item 13.6.
Great.
City of Port Phillip election commitments. Part 1, because I understand we're going to be separating it into 2 parts. Part 1, as I had received a campaign donation from someone associated with the organisation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Baxter. Councillor Copsey. Oh, sorry, you declare, I shouldn't call you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Copsey will also declare a conflict of interest in relation to item 13.6, Part 1, for the same reason I have received a campaign donation from a person associated with that entity.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Councillor Crawford, wish to advise I have an association with the party named in report 13.3, which is the awarding of the contract of panel of suppliers, general civil works and asphalting services. So I'll just declare an interest. I have no financial interest, but the association, I just want to declare the association.
And thank you all for your transparency. Councillors, I'll now move to presentation of awards, if that's okay, under this, suspending normal business just for a moment. The presentation of the award has been added to tonight's agenda. The 2020 St Kilda Film Festival has been recognised for 2 awards by the Parks and Leisure Australia. I ask Anthony Trail, Manager of Open Space, Recreation and Community Resilience, to say a few words, if you would, Anthony.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The 2020 St Kilda Film Festival, within a 6-week period, transformed from a venue-based production to an online platform due to the emergence of lockdown restrictions in Victoria. This was achieved through the collaboration of many teams in Council, primarily festivals, open space, recreation and digital technology. In May 2021, Parks and Recreation Australia recognised the event as the major event of the year for the Victorian and Tasmanian region, qualifying it for the finalist of the National Award later in the year. At the National Award held last week, the 2020 St Kilda Film Festival received its 2nd award and recognition as the Parks and Leisure Australia National Major Event of the Year for 2020.
Anthony, thank you so much. Just before I accept it through the CEO, obviously, I also want to acknowledge and recognise that this is your final council meeting with the City of Port Phillip. Your 12 years of service has been exemplary to the city. Councillors all around us here today, as well as the ELT team sincerely appreciate the effort, integrity and service that you've provided to the city, and I just want to publicly acknowledge that. You'll be sorely missed, but we wish you all the very best. I understand the City of Whittlesea is the big beneficiary in this decision, CEO. Congratulations, Anthony. We wish you all the very best for the future, and thank you for your service to our city. Well done, councillors, and well done, staff. Okay, councillors, let's move now to item 4. We'll now hear from all public questions and public comments on report items. Submitters are attending the meeting in person or obviously virtually because we're doing a hybrid meeting this evening. Statements to be read out by an officer on behalf of members of the public will be summarised, and thank you for doing that for us this evening. Let's go straight to it. There is a number of people that have requested to speak this evening. We fully respect that. I will ask you, obviously, if possible, to keep your comments to 2 minutes if possible. I'll be as generous as possible with the time. Understand there's important issues to be discussed here this evening, but if you could be concise so councillors can fully comprehend and understand your comments, and do your best to keep them to 2 minutes as possible. Obviously, if people have said things beforehand, please feel free to reiterate them, but we'd obviously like to hear what you've got to say from an individual point of view each. So I now call upon Patricia Jessen, for speaking to item 9.1, which is the transition plan for the Friends of Suai. Pardon me, what was that? Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I've got 3 speakers for the item. So Janet Migs, you'd like to go first. So I'll call upon Megs Olsen speaking to item 9.1. If you could just say your name and suburb, that'd be fabulous, and welcome.
Megs Alston, South Melbourne. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The committee has been pleased to advise Council on this transition. Our preference was for a 10-year transition to give more time for the Council's partner, the Community Centre of Covalima, to source alternative funds, and for the committee here to raise additional income to replace the Council grant. It also gives more time for the capacity strengthening and succession planning necessary to ensure the centre remains viable. It would also coincide with the current 10-year friendship agreement, which ends in 2030. But if Council decides on a 5-year transition, we will do our best to enable the centre to keep operating. Anything shorter will cause major problems. Just to touch quickly on the historical context of the friendship, there was huge community support here in Port Phillip for its establishment in 2000 after Timor-Leste voted for independence from Indonesia in 1999, which was followed by widespread destruction of infrastructure across the country and a massacre in the Catholic Church in Suai, which killed 150 people. Council quickly moved to support this coastal area, and the friendship has endured and deepened. I want to emphasise 3 things. This is a Council program with a Community Reference Committee established many years ago to advise Council. The coordinator who works on the program on behalf of Council has a key role in ensuring its implementation, monitoring and accountability. She doesn't simply provide admin assistance for the committee here, but she plays a crucial role strengthening staff capacity at the community centre, for example on matters of governance, management, staff development and sourcing project funding. And finally, there is a 10-year friendship agreement signed by Council in 2020. The friendship between the 2 municipalities is an important feature of Council's contemporary history. There's a lot of adjustment and work needed to implement the recommendation, and although over time funding might decrease, the friendship will continue. We look forward to working with Council on other ways to support the relationship into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Megs. Janet, would you like to go next? Please feel free.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. While we reluctantly...
Thanks, Janet. If you could just say your name and suburb, that would be wonderful.
Beg your pardon. My name is Janet Boltho. I'm from Port Melbourne. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. While we're reluctant to accept the recommendation before you, it's Council's wish. However, we're much less willing to accept that you can reduce a friendship, because friendship is not like that. Friendship is essentially reciprocal, and that is what our whole friendship has been based on, and our friendship agreement enshrines. And this has nowhere been more evident than in the approach to COVID, both in Covalima and here in Port Phillip, as we've shared experiences of apprehension around COVID response, vaccine hesitancy. This learning and exchange is invaluable. And as I stand here now, a member of the community, addressing you, our elected representatives, in the presence of your able administration, I know how rich in resources this council is to support people who have far less privilege than we do. And this is not a one-way affair of Port Phillip offering bounty to Covalima. It's learning for us about how far $60,000 can go in terms of achieving outcomes. And as we confront the biggest global challenge of climate change in both our coastal communities, as we confront sea level rise, there has never been a more important time for us to share learning, experience and mutual support. And this is a program that my colleague Pat Jessen will introduce to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And also should acknowledge that your service to the city is the former mayor and a former councillor as well. So thank you for coming tonight. Thanks, Patricia. If you just say your name and your suburb, that would be terrific.
Yes, Patricia Jessen, Elwood. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors.
And we're also speaking to item 9.1, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. The Friends of Suai Friendship has always promoted self-reliance rather than charity or aid. Social enterprise in both information, communications and technology, as well as the environment, has set the successful bar for a social business model with profits invested back into the community. The partnership with the With One Seed project manages 216,000 trees in East Timor and has extended to Covalima with a start-up of 20,000 trees in 2021. This certified carbon forestry program is working with subsistent farming communities to replant their deforested land and generate income for farmers. Over 100,000 approximately tonnes of carbon was captured to 2021, offsetting global emissions. Farmers are paid to plant and maintain the trees, tracked by GPS devices, and the first annual payment for farming communities took place in Suai, Covalima, in June 2021. Once the trees are established with gold standard certification, income is generated through the sale of carbon social credits. This gold standard carbon offset project now offers the perfect opportunity for Council to support the friendship in future by encouraging business links within the city of Port Phillip to offset their carbon footprint in our LGA. It would offer reciprocal benefit to business here to reduce their carbon footprint and benefit the subsistence farmers in Suai. 41% of East Timor population lives below the poverty line, and annual family income is not more than $200 per annum. We recognise that Council is minimising its own carbon footprint, and this program offers a unique opportunity for the friendship to assist locally, nationally and internationally to meet the 2050 net zero target.
Thanks, Patricia. If you can come to the end, that'd be great.
All right, I've just got one more sentence.
Thank you.
Friends of Suai encourage the Council to get 100% behind this groundbreaking project, and it's why Port Phillip Council must continue to support this groundbreaking friendship. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. The next speaker is virtual, so just see if we can turn that on. Thank you. Just request Jasmine Doak to talk about item 10.2. How are we? Can you hear us, Jasmine?
Yes, I can. Thank you very
If you
much.
could just state your name and suburb, and please feel free to go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name's Jasmine Doak and I live in Brighton. I'm a local Scout mum. My 10-year-old son is a Cub and a member of the first Elwood Scout group. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'm deeply concerned about the development plans and the detrimental impact that they will have on the Scouts BAWAC facilities and all of the children involved with Scouts, both locally and from further afield. I'd like to speak to 4 key issues. The first is that there is currently a Crown grant in place which stipulates that the land on which the BAWAC facility stands is specifically reserved for the use of Scouts. This dates back to mid-1950s and our use of the land has been uninterrupted for the past 70 years. I'm not aware of that grant or reservation being extinguished, but it causes me some concern about whether Council actually has the ability to repurpose that land. My second point is in the plans, the proposed plans that have been put forward, there is an area designated as Building Zone A, which groups together the Scout facility, the Angling Club and the Sailing Club, when in fact these are all very different spaces currently used for different purposes and by different groups. In the proposed plan, there's no space intended to be reserved for Scouts. It appears that the 156 square metres that we currently have independent use of is not accommodated at all in the new plans. If the councillors are looking to approve the plans, then I would just ask that you first seek confirmation that Scouts will have an equivalent space to be able to continue our great work with the young local children. Third point is Scouts built BAWAC facility and are responsible for its maintenance and administration. We only pay a peppercorn rent of $120, something like that, a year to council. The current lease also mandates that if Scouts vacate the premises, then we are responsible for the cost of demolishing that building.
Thank you, Jasmine. If you can come to the end quickly, please.
Yeah. And the last, my last point is that First Elwood Group have not been consulted with at all, and I would encourage Council to engage directly with First Elwood and allow us to share our insights and concerns and to co-create a solution so that Scouts can have continued use of this space for the children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now call upon, also speaking to item 10.2, Elwood Foreshore, I ask Christine Percal to come to the microphone if you're in person. Percal. Hi, Christine. Sorry, just give us one moment. We'll just turn it on for you.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Christine Perkel, Elwood, Public Officer of the Elwood Park Tennis Club. I wanted to address the issue in relation to the foreshore plan as well. I'd like to point out that the tennis club offers sport to the community that's relevant to both young and old. There are not too many tennis clubs in the city of Port Phillip that are actually private. I believe we are the only one that is open to all public and it's not run on commercial terms. We offer a sport that's available both for the young and the old that can be played during the day and at night. So for the health of the community, it's extremely important to maintain that facility. I realise in relation to the inundation, prospective inundation of the property, we need to be relocated in long term. However, we need to make the council aware of the fact that we need to have room to expand. We currently have over 400 members, with about 100 members on 100 potential members on a waiting list, which we're not able to accommodate due to only having 4 courts. So I believe it's a bit similar to the previous speaker. We haven't been consulted at all, but we'd like to be able to negotiate a space, available space that would give us up to at least 6 courts in order to maintain it as a viable club in the future.
Great.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Also call upon John Bailey, speaking to item 10.2 also. John, if you just state your name and your suburb, that'd be fantastic.
Yes, my name is John Bailey. I'm president of the Elwood Tennis Club and on the committee with Christine as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to explain just the importance of the tennis club and highlight some of the important considerations in the relocation of the club. So firstly, Elwood Tennis Club is a popular and valued community asset. It's over 50 years old. We currently have 420 members. That's 100 members per court, so pretty crowded. We have 120 on the waiting list, and it could be more than that as well too. So a lot of those on the waiting list are family members, so there'll be extra members on top of that too. So a lot of people involved with the club. We cater for juniors, seniors, coaching and competition. We do a lot of community work. We partner with Tennis Victoria in supporting the Junior Hotshot program, and we do community bookings. So you don't have to be a member of the club. You can go there on a community booking as well. Importantly, the club is accessible all hours, so it has good utilisation. It's not overly seasonal, open at night time. It's available all the time, so has good utilisation of the assets there. So key points I'd like to say to consider in relocating the club. We need extra courts. We currently only have 4, and as I said, 100 per court. We need appropriate car parking, and I don't think we're just talking to the Elwood Tennis Club. I think that's probably all the facilities and club members in the area. We need adequate club facilities. Currently it's too small at the moment, a little bit bigger than a toilet block, but still it's pretty small at the moment for the size of the club. Also, I'd say to just need some noise protection from the busy road. Not only is it a busy road, but it's right on the intersection. So everyone decides to take off, all the motorbikes and so forth, take off around that area.
Great.
And also, the last point I wanted to say is timing is important. We've been told the courts need to be resurfaced in the next 12 to 18 months. And if it's any longer than that, we don't want to have injuries. We don't want to be closing courts down in competition because it's not up to scratch. Anyway, thank you very much. And Tennis Victoria is behind us on this as well too. So,
thank you for coming this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I now call upon Catherine Elvins, please, from the Elwood Croquet Club, speaking to item 10.2 also. Hi, Catherine. If you'd state your name and your suburb, please.
Catherine Elvins. I'm Secretary of the Elwood Croquet Club, although I reside in South Yarra.
Thank you.
The Elwood Croquet Club will be celebrating its 95th year. We've been in February next year, and so we've had a long association with the foreshore, and we are looking forward to the opportunities that the plan brings to renew and refresh the amenities of the area. Croquet appeals to a wide range of people, and it is really a great exercise and social opportunity. One of the major concerns from reading the papers was the comment that the Elwood Croquet Club is underutilised and unused for much of the time. So we were interested in understanding the basis of that assertion. We're also interested in exploring what capacity for growth there is, because we see that with an ageing population, there's a lot of potential for older people as well as younger people to play the game. And we are, given that it also talks about co-location with the tennis club in the paper, we're just really interested in understanding the commitment to expand the clubhouse. At present, we find at a practical level the croquet club has only one toilet at the moment. It has limited space for people inside, and with COVID-19, the need for greater space is important, and if we're being to co-locate with another organisation in that space that has significantly large number of members, then we need to look at the practicality of that. We've also just got some minor concerns or interest, I suppose, about understanding the surface that's going to be used in the car park that will be adjoining the croquet club. And
if you come to the end, that would be fantastic.
Yep,
Thank you.
that probably covers it all. Thank you.
Through
Councillor
you, Mayor,
Clark.
could I ask a clarifying question?
Of course you may. Catherine, if you're okay to... Councillor Clark would like to ask you a question, if that's okay.
Thanks, Catherine. I just wondered, how many members does the croquet club have, please?
We've got 50 members.
If we could just turn the microphone on, that if the officers could assist.
It's on?
There we go. Go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe we've got 51 members at the moment, but in addition to that, those members, we have a lot of members of the public coming and playing. A lot of young people come for hens nights, birthday parties, so there is quite a wide exposure, and we're really keen. Just as COVID came, we'd got a large campaign to promote the club, and obviously that's been challenging, but we have retained those numbers of members.
Thank you again for that. I now call upon Tony Ashcroft, speaking to also item 10.2. Tony, welcome. Thanks for coming. If you just state your name and your suburb, that'd be fantastic.
Oh, hi. Yes, Tony Ashcroft. Thank you. Tony Ashcroft from Elwood. I'm the group leader of First Elwood Scout Group. And yes, I would like to address this situation as well. Currently, we're the group that utilises the Baywack Hall that's down there. And in respective to this proposal, it makes things rather difficult for us. The Baywack Hall, as you know, most people know, it's actually an important part of the history that's down there. As was mentioned earlier, there's 70-odd years of history of it. That's important for the foreshore. It's also important for the scouting community. It's not only the First Elwood Scouts that sort of utilise it. It's also utilised a lot. Well, obviously not the last 2 years because of COVID, but it's been utilised by the scouting community as a whole. And there are other also community events that we have held there in the past. But my key point is my biggest worry as group leader is that the youth members are not going to be disadvantaged by this. If the facility is proposed that it becomes a shared facility, that impacts on the way that we can utilise the actual space, because sometimes we've got to be transient, or not, that's the wrong word, we've got to be spontaneous. Sometimes there's other groups that want to join us, and if we can't have that use of the facility like we do at the moment, that can really impact on our youth. So, and the leaders are, again, we're all volunteers. We don't get paid for what we do. So again, so I guess, my main thing is the youth not being disadvantaged, and our programs that we run aren't disadvantaged by it. So thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you for coming and thank you for your service. I also call upon Mark White, speaking to item 10.2. Mark, welcome, and if you state your name and suburb, please.
Good evening all. My name's Mark White. I'm a resident of Elstonwick and I'm a member of the Elwood Sailing Club. I've framed this as a series of questions. I don't expect an answer tonight, but maybe something that can be considered in the future. Have the Council's officers and consultants responsible for the Elwood Foreshore Preliminary Design Response, otherwise known as the site plan, considered the impact of the proposed changes to the existing Elwood Foreshore amenities against the ongoing viability of community organisations such as the Elwood Sailing Club? If so, what does the Council's officers and consultants consider would be the effect on ESC of a reduction of its clubroom area by approximately 50%, and the removal of all dedicated jot and board storage currently provided by the club for its members. And what would be the effect on the community organisations that currently use ESC's facilities on a regular basis, such as the Friends of the Elwood RSL for their annual Anzac Day memorial service, Elwood's Got Talent, Tai Chi, yoga, kids karate groups, etc. And also, what would be the effect on other social groups, clubs and families who currently hire the venue on an ad hoc basis for their functions at an affordable cost? If the council's officers and consultants haven't considered the viability of the clubs, will it be considered? Will the ongoing viability of the clubs affected be considered and be considered as part of the ongoing plan? And if so, at what stage of the consultation process will they be considered? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll leave it to a councillor to take those questions up when we get to the report. Thank you for putting those questions to us. Now call upon Mark Richardson, also speaking to item 10.2. Thanks for coming, Mark.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mark Richardson, Elwood. I'm the committee chair for First Elwood Scout Group. I too am greatly concerned about the proposal as it affects BAYWAC. BAYWAC is our building. I didn't have time to organise people to come here, but there are at least 3 people we're in contact with who built that in the 50s as part of the Scout troop. So yes, it's on Crown land and we know we can be pushed around, but the great concern is that that we lose that access or that connection with that space that's so important to us. I ask that people look at the images that I sent around, and you'll notice Jasmine referred to the Crown lease that we understood was granted to Scouts. I'll draw your attention to Figure 4, which comes from the Heritage Report to Council. Figure 4 shows those 3 buildings that we know so well in the Group A section of Elwood Foreshore. The Sailing Club, we can see in the distance. We can see the magnificent old Angling Club in the middle. And we can see BAYWAC closest to you. BAYWAC hasn't changed. There's been no council support because Scouts haven't asked for that, I guess, over all these years. So it feels to us like we haven't been spoken to. So it's only Scouts Victoria property people who've been spoken to, and that was about the lease. So it feels like we haven't been spoken to about how we use that space, what we need from it, what our connection to that space is. So my request tonight would be, I'm sure council officers are keen to move on with this process and have put in a lot of work into it, but it really feels underdone, and we would request that councillors not proceed to community consultation at this stage, because it just feels like we'll get locked into something that we aren't happy with and haven't had any discussion with anyone about. Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for taking the effort to come this evening. I now call upon Kelly de Burr, President of the Port Melbourne Netball Club, to speak to item 9.5, which is the new netball courts at Elder Smith Reserve in Port Melbourne.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Kelly. If you just state your name and your subject, that'd be fantastic.
Okay, thank you. My name's Kelly de Burg from Port Melbourne, and as Marcus said, I'm the President of the Port Melbourne Netball Club. We've been running for 7 years. We're a not-for-profit community local club run by 12 volunteer parents. We have over 450 active members. We range from 6 years of age to 50. We have Net Set Go, under 11s, 13s, 15s, 17s and open. We create pathways for netball who want to excel. We also have programs for coaching and umpire for the juniors, so we have great leadership programs. So we endorse this new netball centre at Elder Smith Reserve because we've outgrown where we are. We only have 2 courts for 450 active members. And we would love to build that sustainable model for our community. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming this evening. I call upon Fiona Walker to speak to item 13.1, Portfolio Improvement Childcare Centres. And Fiona, can you hear us online?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead. Just ask you to keep the comments to 2 minutes, and if you just state your name and suburb, please.
So my name is Fiona Walker and I live in Elstonwick. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. As a working parent that accessed the excellent childcare services provided by Elwood Children's Centre, I'm deeply disappointed that Council has focused on maintenance issues with the relevant buildings and the potential for future expansion at the relevant sites, rather than putting the continuity of childcare services for families front and centre of Council's considerations. These councils provide much needed childcare to the parents of Port Phillip. Your agenda paper suggests that childcare is a market and that Council competes in that market. Might I suggest that Council is not competing in a market, it's providing a service to families. The very attractiveness indeed of community childcare that these centres provide, the attractiveness of that to parents is that the providers don't consider that they're competing in a market. They're not there. They're there for the children, not the return on an investment. I'm not persuaded by the arguments advanced in the agenda paper with respect to childcare regulations. They seem to be being used by Council to minimise its responsibilities with respect to maintenance. Council's had plenty of opportunity over the years to conduct maintenance and modernisation of these centres. At the end of the day, the key consideration for any parent is about the quality of care, and having toured a number of modern childcare facilities that were no doubt developed in accordance with the childcare regulations, I selected Elwood Children's Centre. What stood out for me was the quality of the care, the low staff turnover and the lack of profit motive because of it being a community-run childcare centre, and I was consistently delighted with the quality of the quality of the care at Elwood Children's Centre. The functionality of the building, which is something Council highlights in the agenda paper, was not really something I had particular consideration of. The difference was so obvious compared to other childcare centres I looked at, that in terms of the way the staff were with the children and the lack of a corporatised sort of atmosphere, the fact that it's not on lanes of Nepean Highway like many of the childcare centres are now, with all the noise and pollution that
Thanks,
entails.
Fiona. If we just come to the end, that'd be great.
Okay. Look, I really think it's important for parents to have a number of childcare options, including small and inclusive community-run run centres. We know our children, not all children are suited to larger centres, and with COVID-19, many parents will continue to have a preference for small centres, such as the centres in question. So I would ask that Council, rather than letting down the parents that are using these childcare services, would consider its role as a provider of services to families and make good on the levies that it's collected over the years to do the maintenance that's needed and continue those services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
No, thank you for coming this evening. I now call upon Alexandria Duarte to speak to also item 13.1. Alexandra, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thanks for joining us. Go ahead. If you just state your name and your suburb, please, and your 2 minutes starts when you start talking.
My name is Alexandria Duarte, and I am from St Kilda. I'm both a staff member of Elwood Children's Centre, and I'm a parent of a child that attends the service. And my point is about the difference in the type of service that we offer at Elwood Children's Centre, being it a small service. One of the arguments that on the proposal says that there are enough spaces for the children in the area to be absorbed by other services. My point is that in doing that, we're not offering and providing the same quality of service that we can offer at Elwood Children's Centre. Being a small service and on not-for-profit, we can provide a much more inclusive environment. It is a centre run by a committee of parents, and parents are the decision makers, and it's not for profit. So decisions are made with children's best interest in mind. We have very low ratios, and these low ratios allow us to have a lot more one-on-one interactions with children, or to work with small groups and support children in their social interactions and in their growth and development and learning. Having higher ratio, like more children per staff member, that would never be possible. We are a much more inclusive environment because of that. We can cater for children with additional needs. and they can thrive in our environment. And I do have children in my group that are thriving, and they would not be able to cope with a larger group. And we can adapt our routines, and we can listen to children's voices and make sure that they are included in what is happening. We can respect their rhythms and make very close connections with the children and the families, and work together with the families to support these children.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. Would you like to finish there? Or?
Yes. So I just want to insist that we cannot say that children can be absorbed by other centres, because they cannot, because the type of service that we provide is not the same. We cannot say it's the same.
Thank you for your service and thank you for your contribution this evening.
Thank you.
I now call upon Rebecca Sanders, speaking to item 13.1 also. Rebecca, you're online as well. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great, we can hear you loud and clear. If you just repeat your name, say your name and your suburb, please, and please go ahead.
Sure. My name's Rebecca. I'm from Elwood. My family purchased a house in Elwood in 2019. We're moving from South Melbourne, where we'd experienced 2 daycare centres with poor culture and high turnover. Through this, we watched our daughter become a shell of her former outgoing self. She was disengaged and very, very distressed. After much research, we went on the waitlist for Poets Grove and Elwood Children's Centres. We were informed by the council the waitlists were extremely long and the centres were difficult to get into. We were advised to try centres outside of the Elwood postcode. This would mean our daughter was not able to make friends to go with her to prep, nor was she able to walk to daycare, where we spend our quality family time each day. We spent a year at St Kilda South Guardian, but we could not identify any children in our class going to Elwood Primary School, because it's across the road from the St Kilda Primary School. And at the large centre, our daughter was still not herself and she wasn't engaging socially at all. We got an offer for Elwood Children's Centre, and it's better than we could have hoped for. After just weeks, our daughter was back to her outgoing self. She is always talking about friends she's made in her class and also the younger and older rooms. She loves all the teachers and will happily go into the centre, and most days she doesn't want us to pick her up. We have met parents at the multiple social activities that the staff and community organised, which is way more than previous centres we've been at, and that was great for our own sense of community moving to the area. Due to COVID, we needed to reassess our living arrangements, and we decided to stay in the Elwood postcode and downsize to a small apartment purely because we wanted our daughter to stay at this centre. We urged the council to find a solution that maintains the small format and a continuation of service, culture at the centre, and staff at Elwood Children's Centre. It's so important for young working families in the area to have centres with great culture available. Closing centres is not the answer to the issue at hand. New facilities need to be ready for the centre to move to maintain continuation of service, centre culture and staff before selling the current property. Thank you.
Rebecca, thank you. I now call upon Belinda Siaz, speaking to item 13.1. Belinda, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Belinda Siaz and I'm from Elwood. My son Ruda attends Elwood Children's Centre. I returned to Australia in March 2021 and I explored all options of childcare services available in Elwood and St Kilda. My child is one of the children, as Alexandra mentioned, which requires extra attention, which can only be provided like a service as Elwood Community Centre, Elwood Children's Centre. After looking at all of the centres in the area, meeting all of the staff and doing my own research, I found Elwood Children's Centre to be the leading childcare centre in the area. Not only was this centre exceeding all expectations of all the criteria of a childcare service as demonstrated by research such as that on starting blocks, but I also found that the centre provided something which was unique and independent of all of the centres, having a strong community feel. The centre allows parents to collaborate with staff on what is in the best interests of all children. This centre has been in operation for over 30 years, with the chef alone, Luba, being there for over 20 years. To close this centre would be devastating for all. We have many privatised childcare centres in Elwood and St Kilda, but from my own personal research, most of these centres lacked warmth, staff were disengaged with children, and their educational and cultural curriculum was not great. What Elwood Children's Centre offers is unique, and it would be a shame to lose this centre in our community. The staff are passionate, committed, caring, engaged with our children, and provide an extremely high standard of educational curriculum for all of our children, whilst allowing parents to collaborate. To find a good childcare centre is hard enough, but to find a centre that exceeds all levels of operation with such a wonderful team of staff and educators is rare. As a parent of Elwood Children's Centre, I ask that you reconsider your proposal and leave this beautiful and unique community-run childcare centre to stay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Belinda. I now call upon Elise Rotchi, speaking to item 13.1. Elise, can you hear us?
I can.
We can hear you. If you just repeat your name again and your suburb, please.
My name's Elise Rotchi. I live in Caulfield and previously was a resident, and I currently work in Port Phillip. So I appreciate, I strongly object to the proposal, like the other representatives from Elwood Children's Centre that you've heard from. I'm both a committee member and a parent at Elwood Children's Centre, and both of my children have complex medical needs. To give some context, both of it spent extensive times in the paediatric intensive care unit, and most recently my daughter had heart surgery at the Royal Children's Hospital. At a personal level, and as you've just heard, when selecting a service, it's was critically important to me that I could send my children to a small centre which was known for exceedingly high quality of care and a high educator ratio. This is because practically I needed to avoid having the risk of having complications associated with the greater spread of illness in large centres, but more importantly, because the amazing care at Elwood Children's Centre and the ratio of educators has meant that my children and our family have felt overwhelmingly supported in ensuring the specific needs of our kids have been met and that they have been included in the wonderful community that is ECC. It's for these reasons that we love ECC, and this is not something that a large centre can offer, and in touring the larger centres I felt similarly to, as you have heard previously. I know that many parents of children with disability and special needs and lived experience share this perspective, and whilst we absolutely support ensuring that our centres comply with the Discrimination Act, it is disappointing that a proposal that purports to put inclusion in the centre has completely ignored the perspectives of those with lived experience. To that end, it seems apparent that the central driver of this proposal is actually financially motivated. It is also evident that the proposal to sell off community-run childcare centres is in direct opposition to the state government's strategy to partner with local governments and expand early childhood learning. This should be of enormous concern to the community. Council has failed to engage properly in any consultation prior to releasing the documents at 5 p.m. on Friday night. And while the committee appreciated the opportunity to meet with councillors and representatives on Monday night, it was apparent that the council had failed to consider or propose acceptable solutions to the immediate financial impact to an otherwise financially viable centre, how it proposes to address...
Thanks, Elise. If you could just come to the end, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm almost done there, thank you. How it proposes to address the critical shortfall of places that will occur with the sequential closure of the 3 centres, and the fact that this proposal most disadvantages working mothers and predominantly a women's workforce.
Thank you, Elise. I appreciate that. Also virtual is, I call upon Natalie Willis to speak to item 13.1. Good evening, Natalie.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. If you just state your name and suburban, please, as soon as you start talking, I'll start your 2 minutes.
Sure thing. So I currently reside in Bentley, Natalie Willis, but I've lived in Elwood for many years. I'm also a member of the Elwood Children's Centre Committee of Management, and I have overseen the governance of this beautiful centre for over 5 years. Now, I acknowledge that tonight's vote is not in relation to selling the land, just to start the consultation process, but we know that this is an important step for council to then be able to sell the land. So for us, it really signifies the beginning of the end. We feel wronged and angry and scared, but in 2 minutes, I'm going to try and stick to these 3 facts. So fact number 1, the building is not compliant. We don't dispute that. Fact number 2, there has been poor engagement with us on this issue. Council claims to have engaged with us over the years, and so a proposal of this sort shouldn't really come as a surprise, right? Wrong. We have met multiple times with council over the years. This is true, but only to discuss the inevitable of having to move from 46 Tennyson Street. You have been preparing us for this, and we have been preparing our families and our staff for this What we haven't been preparing for is Council's sudden conclusion, which has come out of nowhere, that the building should be sold and the centre shut down. Discussions have always centred on finding an alternative solution. Sale and shutting down 3 centres was never ever part of the discussion with us. Is this what Council considers due process when it comes to engaging with its stakeholders? Fact number 3, and this is my last fact, that there is a way to remedy this. We implore you to vote against tonight's proposal. We acknowledge that something must be done about these buildings, but not like this. Please meet with us so we can workshop solutions together. Let us be involved in the discussion. We want to sit at a table with you and thrash it out. We acknowledge wholeheartedly that we might come to the same conclusion as this report, but at least you will have properly engaged with key stakeholders related to this proposal. Anything less will feel like you are just trying to tick a box.
Thank you so much for your time. I now call upon Letitia Collin-Valant speaking to item 13.1. Hi, Letitia. Can you hear us? We might come back and try again. I'll now call upon Michelle Murphy speaking to item 13.1. Michelle, how are you?
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Michelle Murphy from Elwood. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to object to the proposal outlined in agenda item 13.1. The proposal has clearly been written with particular result in mind. In my opinion, it is not seeking to carry out sincere community engagement regarding the intention to sell, but rather it is preparing the 3 main centres for what Council is going to do next. Give the CEO and appropriate officers the power to commence statutory procedures to sell its land. I also want to raise that while Council officers have engaged with the various centres in the past, they have not been fully transparent and fair in their dealings, which Natalie detailed brilliantly just prior to me. For example, 2.5 of the proposal states that some of the assets are struggling to keep up with time and suffering from age-related decline, etc. It should be noted that Council, as the landlord, is responsible for the upkeep of these buildings and should have done better over the years to address the issues in a timely manner. Now it would seem that due to Council officer negligence or Council officers not deeming the works to be a priority, that these building issues are being used against the centres. This makes me and others fear this has been a long-term plan all along. Council was quite happy to build 4 new centres that meet the minimum 66 places a day, which triggers state and federal funding. However, are clearly unwilling to support smaller not-for-profit centres that do not meet this trigger, which is unjust and discriminates against smaller centres. Further to this, I would argue that Council is not living up to the updated Children's Services Policy Commitment number 7, which states supports a thriving early education and care sector in Port Phillip that provides quality service options, enabling choice and accessibility for all children and families. Choice is a very important element for parents when selecting a childcare centre. I know personally that my husband and I had visited 5 or more different centres.
Thanks, Michelle. If you could come to the end, that would be fantastic.
I will, yes. Before we chose Elwood Children's Centre, which was and still is the right one for our family. Not only is it walking distance from our home, which is very important for families who may not have access to a car or public transport, it also offers a smaller, more intimate setting and feels like a home away from home. It is also community run, which means that we as parents have a voice in how the centre operates. These are all really important factors. Council needs to ensure that families have options and choice as per the Children's Services Policy. Thank you for your time this evening.
No, thank you, Michelle. I now call upon Brenda Forbath, speaking to item 13.1. Good evening, Brenda.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, that's okay.
Hello?
If you just state your name and your
Thank
suburb,
you.
please, Brenda.
Brenda Forbath, Elwood. I'm speaking about 13.1 as well. I think that there's many issues that have been raised by previous speakers and some issues that I wish to raise tonight as well that would really give cause for councillors to pause on making any decisions tonight and voting on the recommendations proposed in this report. There is an overall loss of 79 licensed places as a result of this proposal to sell the 3 childcare centres, even though we're taking into consideration the extension and redevelopment of Argyle Street. Now, there doesn't seem to be a plan in place for what we can do about replacing those lost facilities for children and families in the city of Port Phillip. The timing of the closures is really very concerning, and I think that council should seriously consider it. I would propose to you that the Argyle Street building, if you're going to go ahead with its redevelopment, should be done first and completed before there's any consideration of selling the other 3 centres. If that does not happen, looking at your the timelines in your report, there could be a period of time, quite a long period of time, maybe 1 to 2 years, where there would be 160 places that wouldn't be available in the not-for-profit sector for children's services. So that's a very worrying point, and so the timing of the whole process needs to be reconsidered. I'd also like to ask councillors whether they've reconsidered what all of this means for the staff of these 3 centres. These are largely low-paid women workers, and has council considered whether they're going to provide any assistance to the centres in regards to redundancy payouts and so forth, long service leave entitlements, and whether or not any other job options have been canvassed for the staff in these centres?
Thank you, Brenda. If you can come to the end, that'd be great.
Yes. There has been no mention of the closure of these 3 centres in the budget or the council plan, and I wonder why that's so, given that the closure of these 3 centres is going to severely affect hundreds of families in the municipality.
Thank you.
Why has that happened? Please defer any action on this matter until all of the consideration has been given to the questions and issues that I've raised and that other speakers have raised as well.
Thank you very much. I'll just try one more time in terms of Letitia. Are you on the line there? Can you hear us? We'll give that one more go. No. Okay, apologies. Now, that concludes the virtual component, so we should all be in the room now from here on in, which makes things a little easier. I now call upon Penny Brown speaking to item 13.1. Welcome, Penny.
Hello.
Welcome. If you just say your name and your suburb, that would be fantastic.
Yes, Penny Brown, Elwood. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Penny Brown and I sit on the COM at Elwood Children's Centre, Community Managed Childcare Centre. I'm a mum to a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, both who attend DCC. I'm also a working mum. I've been living in Elwood for 9 years. ECC has served its community, families and children for 35 years. The centre was established in 1984 by a group of committed parents to provide a service that allows for affordable, quality childcare. ECC continues today as an alternative to larger and mostly privately run centres popping up in our area. ECC allows a diverse range of families to be involved in the running and the say of the centre. ECC creates and maintains community, and our daily fees remain the lowest in the city of Port Phillip, ensuring access to the most vulnerable of families. Council needs to support a good cross-section, types and sizes and models of childcare centres within our municipality. They should be supporting the smaller community managed centres to thrive and survive. So it will come as no surprise, ECC is against the proposed sale of the building our children occupy. The end of ECC means the end of employment for 18 childcare educators at our centre, all of whom are women and a majority of whom are from cold backgrounds. Keeping the centre open is not just about the kids. It's also about women, working mums, single mums, stay-at-home mums, mums looking to re-enter the workforce. We need to support women in ensuring all levels of childcare are an option for them and their families. To the childcare educators who are here tonight, a female-dominated industry who are the most vulnerable of our workforce, and to the women all in this room tonight, all listening tonight, working together, coming together on this issue, because it all falls back onto us. Your decision, councillors, falling back onto women, onto our shoulders to sort this out and carry, and we say no. Our community centres are too precious to us. Our community and our educators, our children, to the families past, present, future, who want to use our service. To you, councillors, I say work with us, find a path forward, support the good community work that we do here. Lastly, I want to thank the educators who work in all childcare services. Without you, none of us could do what we do. They are the heroes of this story. They are worth fighting for. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I now call upon Claire Byrne. Thank you. I now call upon Claire Byrne speaking to item 13.1. And Claire, if you just state your name and suburb, and the 2 minutes will start when you commence talking. Thank you.
Claire Byrne from St Kilda West. Whew, what an item to follow. I'm the chairperson of the Committee of Management at Elwood Children's Centre. I'm also a working mother of 2 children at this centre, a resident and ratepayer. I'm here tonight to inform you that our committee and our community take issue with this proposal on several fronts. First, the proposal has been prepared by those with backgrounds in real estate, property and assets. There is no mention of input from those with early childhood education expertise. How can Council adopt a proposal that so significantly impacts early childhood education in this city without appropriate input? The proposal also states there is a current oversupply of childcare places. This is completely incongruous with the long council wait list for places. How can Council adopt a proposal based on such unsound foundations? The proposal then acknowledges it will actually result in an undersupply of places and provides no resolution for this issue, except waiting for the market mechanism to respond to rising fees. How can Council adopt a proposal that leads to inadequate places and higher fees for families? The proposal also suggests that families from our centre can simply move to nearby competitors, most of them privately run, significantly more expensive, and many with a lower rating against the national quality standards. How can Council adopt a proposal that has no regard to the importance of continuity of care for children in this vulnerable age group? The proposal makes no acknowledgement of the impact to the staff at these centres. As you heard from our centre, this proposal will mean the end of employment for 18 educators, all of whom are women and a majority of whom are from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. How can Council adopt a proposal that once again sees these particular groups paying the price? Finally, the proposal comes after 2 years of pandemic-related uncertainty, anxiety and financial stress for your community. How can Council adopt a proposal at this crucial time that adds yet another layer of uncertainty, anxiety, financial stress to the burden of families with young children?
Thank you.
I respectfully urge councillors to ask themselves these questions before deciding upon your proposal tonight. Thank you.
No, thank you for coming this evening. We appreciate it. I now call upon Rachel Scotland. Rachel, thank you for coming.
Hi, Rachel Scotland from Elwood on item 13.1. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I have never spoken to council before. I have never advocated on a local issue before, but I'm here tonight. I live in the city of Port Phillip with my husband and my 2-year-old, my COVID baby. Our extended families live in WA and Queensland. Without the support structure of family around us, Elwood Children's Centre has become our second family. But this is no accident. It's because of the innate nature of small, community-run, not-for-profit centres. They offer a value beyond just daycare. It's the community connection, the mental well-being, the volunteer hours, the workforce participation that this centre generates. They have cared for my entire family through an incredibly difficult 2 years. This proposal forces more than 100 families into larger, more expensive private centres. You are pushing women out of the workforce and COVID isn't over. This is not the time to be coming after working mothers. We often talk about people's trust in government, but I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about this government's trust in its people. In July last year, we renewed our lease. A short lease, we understood, simply to bring us in line with other centres. On Monday evening at our meeting with councillors and staff, we were told that, in fact, the short lease was in anticipation of this. What a waste of an opportunity to be up front with us, to engage with us and simply work with us on solutions. Had you shown even an ounce of trust in us, your residents and the 3 organisations in your area, we could come up with a solution together. Instead, here we are. A reduction in the overall number of places, closing centres with the longest wait lists, removing a key draw card for families to the area, and devastating families and staff. I urge you to reconsider the proposal.
Thank you for coming, Rachel. We really appreciate it. I call upon Jeremy Swincer, speaking to item 13.1. Thanks, Jeremy.
Good evening, councillors. Jeremy Swincer from Elwood. I just want to bring the council's attention to the 10-year community vision, and I'm sure the council's all well aware of it, and one of the statements from it is to have a livable and vibrant city that enhances the well-being of our community. I think from listening to some of the other presenters tonight that this proposal certainly does not live up to those standards. And I'm going to just list the other points of vision from that 10-year plan to have inclusiveness, livability, sustainability, vibrant and well-governed. I note that the agenda item quoted well-governed, to be well-governed and inclusive as one of the key summary points. However, from what I can read, it doesn't adapt all of the vision points. It certainly doesn't come up to livability, sustainability and vibrance. I think the council would need to consider all of these vision points to be well understood before making a decision. Complying with 2 does not comply with all. You might be looking at a position where you're looking at economic viability versus the community. I want to question the council whether they've noted the positions, the total places provided by council community centres, childcare centres, versus the growing population. Shutting down centres, even if you're building one bigger one, how many places are there now available? Will there be available in the future as these centres close? I can't see how shutting down centres, selling land at any point in time in a growing city and growing municipality like this is ever going to be viable at any point in time in the future. I would like the council to consider that there was never going to be a point in time that eliminating childcare centre places is ever going to be feasible. The council should only ever be looking at increasing the number of places. I understand that the building itself is quite old. I'm listening to other presenters as well. I don't think the current proposal is anywhere near up to standard to maintain these visions.
Thanks, Jeremy.
And sorry.
No, finish, please. Finish.
I'm just going to go back to one of the commitments, 13 of the Children's Services Policy, to ensure facilities can meet current and future demand for children's services in Port Phillip. Council provides facilities where there is evidence of a community need that can't be met in any other way. Commitment 13. I think from particularly some of the comments from other parents tonight, I understand the centre may not be up to standard and inclusive in some physical requirements of children, but certainly in the other special needs of children, this centre is above and beyond than particularly privately owned centres. I've been in Adelaide for the last year and my kids have been in a different centre from ECC. And to be honest, it's chalk and cheese, the difference between the ECC community centre and what is provided by a public centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate you coming to talk to us this evening. I call upon Tara Winslow to speak to item 13.1. Hi, Tara. Thanks for coming. If you just state your name and suburb, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tara Winslow, and I work at Elwood Children's Centre. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Boonwurrung people, on which we are all meeting here tonight. I would also like to thank the councillors for this opportunity to speak in relation to 13.1. My name is Tara Winslow, and I'm the Director of Elwood Children's Centre. I'm also a mother to a child that attends this exceeding service. And I would like to object against this proposal. In the article released today, parents fear death knell for community childcare as council seeks to sell centres. The Mayor stated there is no evidence to show smaller services provide quality of care. I work in this profession, and I've been working in this profession for 13 years in different sizes and different styles of run-ins. Therefore, I believe I have more of an understanding to whether smaller community services have a higher quality of care and education. And I know these services provide better and enriched learning and care for children, families and educators. Providing smaller sizes allows greater opportunities for the early childhood educators to build rich and meaningful relationships with the children, and this is extended to the children's families. I can honestly say with confidence and pride that all the educators at ECC know the children and their family members on a first names basis and goes for the whole service, not just their program or room they are supporting, and I have first-hand seen that this cannot be provided in a 120-place service. Educators knowing the children at a deeper level means we can provide care and learning programs that are catered for the children, not a program catered for the teachers. Children should be seen as citizens, making suitable choices in their learning, which is something a smaller service can achieve. I would also like to ask anyone, have you tried putting 16 babies to sleep with a ratio of 1 to 4? Because this is what a larger service will be providing.
Thank
Educators are respected for the profession they choose in smaller service as their thoughts and ideas are heard. They are the people who know the ins and outs of what it is to work with the children and the families in smaller services.
Thank you, Tara. If you come to the end, that would be great.
Yep. We reflect together, we make choices together as a team. There isn't a CEO in Sydney dictating what an early childhood service should look like for 75 centres in a different state. The families are the community. This is where the lifelong friendships are created, and this is how the community of Elwood begins. We are the foundation of the community that extends beyond Elwood Children's Centre. Therefore, I would like the councillors to reconsider this proposal.
Thank you for coming this evening. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. I call upon Simon Rashley to speak also to item 13.1. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you, councillors. Simon Rashley from St Kilda. I'm here representing the Eildon Road Children's Centre. I've been on the Committee of Management there for 4 years. Been a lot of fun. I've got 2 boys and they have a lot of fun. We ride our bikes there a few days a week, pop in, and that's really something very special about our little centre for any of you who have had the chance to visit. It's a beautiful old building, which is acknowledged in the proposal. And all the families there really love it. People who've been there for over many years just rave about the place. It's really unique. At the moment, we're run so well by Steph McNamara. I'd like to acknowledge Steph and the staff. We really are running a top-notch centre, obviously meeting all of the National Quality Framework and really working towards exceeding in a few areas. I'm sure at the next rating we will be exceeding. And we're really providing, I think, 44 great quality places that's serving 65 families in the local community at quite a low cost to council. Essentially, we believe we've been paying our maintenance levies the last few years. Not a huge amount of maintenance appears to have been done to our building. We're not complaining about it. We've remained profitable and we're in a very strong equity position. So obviously we're coming at from, we want to offer our great service. We've done it for 33 years. We want to keep doing it for many years to come. So let's talk about 17 Eildon Road, which is the council property that has been deemed, it appears, that it's got a number of issues, and it appears that council has determined that those issues are too great to be overcome. And that really the only option is to knock the building down or sell it, which is what the proposal is. The big issue we have with that really is that there doesn't seem to be much evidence or supporting evidence for that, to be honest. So we were met by councillors, that was great, and some council officers. We asked, for example,
keep going, but if you can come to the end, that would be great.
No worries. For example, DDA compliance. Apparently the building's not DDA compliant. Okay, where's the DDA audit report? We haven't seen it. There isn't one. For example, they're saying that there's structural problems that could only be overcome by a rebuild. Well, where's the engineering report? Our issue with this is that the recommendation doesn't match with the facts, and our position is until we have this data that's led council to these conclusions. You've obviously concluded the building is unsalvageable. I don't see the evidence for that, and until you can bring us on board with that, then I think it's unfair to start a consultation process with us. How can we consult if we don't know what the problems are? How can we try to solve those problems unless we know? And so that's why I implore you, on 3.4, it's not reasonable to support that, and that council should defer 3.4 and should not commence statutory procedures tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening and putting your points. We appreciate it. Thank you. Now call upon Amy Smith. Amy Smith, speaking to item 13.1. No need to run. Just get you to state your name and your suburb. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, Amy Smith, work in Elwood. Evening, councillors. Speaking of the report of 13.1 as well. As the Assistant Director and Educational Leader of Elwood Children's Centre, it saddens me to my core to consider the possibility of losing our treasured centre. While it's no surprise that a 100-year-old building is deemed incurably obsolete, the service delivered there is most certainly not. The report by the United Workers' Nation, titled Exhausted, Undervalued and Leaving, the Crisis in Early Childhood Education, indicates that almost 3/4, or 73%, of nearly 4,000 educators surveyed plan to leave the sector within the next 3 years due to excessive workload and low pay. Closing 3 local non-profit community-run centres in a bid to construct one oversized, purpose-built mega centre is ludicrous. Quality educators don't want to work in these places. There needs to be a variety of service models available locally for families and industry professionals. My own experience working in a large-scale profit-pocketing centre was enough to have me lose my faith in the industry entirely, only adding to the statistic of those leaving the profession. Thankfully, my faith in early childhood education was restored the moment I walked through the gates at 46 Tennyson Street. Our centres worked arduously to establish and maintain a tight-knit community whose values are based on connections, support and growth. Education professionals want and aspire to work in environments like this. This culture is something that is not achievable in larger centres. There must be a solution to all this, but to sell the wholesome community centres whose spirit, philosophy and exceeding service is unmatched is not it. There must be options. Your proposal that the centre is not future ready, but I urge you to think about the future of the industry as a whole. To disregard this important model of community-run non-profit centres would be to contribute to the further disturbance of the future of this industry. No early childhood educators means no early childhood education services.
Thank you, Amy. I call upon Camilla O'Hadia. Apologies if I've mispronounced your surname there, Camilla, but welcome. You're here to talk to, obviously, item 13.1.
Good evening. My name is Camilla Ojeda.
Thank you. And your suburb, if you could?
Elwood Children's Centre.
Welcome.
For the past 2 years. And when I started to work here, I felt for the first time that I didn't have a big dollar sign written all over my face. Before, my value was measured by the number of children I could take care of, which would translate in more profits for a private company, never taking in consideration my well-being. It was about quantity. Always the how much it will cost, how less they can put in their pocket. And I understand it's a business, right? But I refuse to believe that my value could be reduced to a spreadsheet of expenses and incomes. And then I found Elwood Children's Centre, the perfect place to call home away from home, where the most valuable thing I could offer was building trusting, respectful, and caring relationships with the children, with the families, and co-educators. And suddenly, I had a new family. Children that will fill me up with smiles, look for comfort when feeling unsettled, parents that will look for advice, management that will ask for my well-being. giving me time to plan, seminars to grow as an educator, and keep encouraging me to be the best version of myself. Then coronavirus hit us, but never knocked us down. We grow stronger, and we had all the support from our family, from our community, that make the centre the safest and most normal place in the middle of uncertain times. And when we just thought that those uncertain times were gone, guess what? Now we're facing the possibility to lose our community. Yes, of course I have to make it personal, because you're trying to put an expired date on my family. In 2 years, my family might be broken. So instead of giving you reasons why you shouldn't close the centre, I prefer to make you an invitation. Come and visit us. Witness the beautiful environment that we have built thanks to this small centre, and you will have a better understanding of our community. Thanks.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your service. We now call upon Nicholas Smith to speak to item 13.1. Nicholas, thank you for coming and welcome.
Thank you. Nick Smith, live in Elwood. Good evening, Mayor Pearl, Deputy Mayor Baxter, and sitting councillors. I'm the Treasurer at Elwood Children's Centre, but I'm also a father, a ratepayer and a business owner. And I'm here tonight to state that I strongly disagree with the proposal to sell the properties that host 3 small childcare centres and combine them into a single larger centre. In my role as Treasurer at ECC, I know that our centre relies on strong demand to ensure our enrolment levels are maintained and the centre remains financially viable. Fortunately for us, demand is not something that we have needed to manufacture. Through virtually no outward marketing, our 39-place centre has continued to operate at near capacity, even throughout the pandemic. An enviable position for any childcare centre, and one that our staff and committee are extremely proud of. Unfortunately, though, other larger centres in our areas can't say the same thing. The proposal indicates, and I quote, there is no broad supply failure, rather there is significant spare capacity overall. Now, you don't need a degree in consumer psychology to understand why this might be the case. Families want their children to be in small centres. The proposal in front of you is delivering the exact opposite of this. In this case, bigger is not better. I'm not arguing that the current buildings are fit for purpose or future ready, because we all know that they are not. I'm arguing that this proposal doesn't address the needs of Port Phillip families and ratepayers by providing centres with lower capacities. For that reason alone, this is not a well thought through proposal. In fact, it's a very lazy proposal that has conveniently not addressed families' needs, and your council officers need to do better. They must do better. They must find a way to provide compliant childcare services in smaller capacity settings. I trust that Council will overturn the proposal and ensure that it is reviewed with families' best interests in mind. A solution can be found, but this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I now call upon Louise Hurd, speaking to item 13.1. Welcome, Louise.
Louise Hurd from the Avenue in Balaclava. I'm the President of the committee. In making these comments, I'd also like to direct councillors to previous submissions from our centre to the various reviews conducted by the council over the last 8 years. I can provide these separately if needed. I'd also like to support all of the comments that have come previous to me making these comments. The proposal to sell the centres and the process via which this recommendation has been reached is flawed. It is the result of a lazy policy and typifies the council's approach to children's services and the maintenance of those facilities for the last 8 or more years. We have 5 key concerns with the proposal. Firstly, it will result in a net loss of 77 daily places in community childcare centres in the municipality. There is no clear plan outlined either in the papers or in my direct dealings with councillors or council officers in relation to meeting this demand in the future. If these families are pushed into private centres, the net effect of this will be families reducing their utilisation of early childhood services to the detriment of both the children, their families who will have to withdraw from the workforce. It appears no work has been done on up-to-date costs to upgrade the facilities. In fact, Council is only this week sending contractors to the 3 centres to conduct access assessments. It is truly unbelievable that this report could be put forward for a decision tonight without this work having been completed first. On an annual basis, we contribute close to if not more, $100,000 to the council in the form of maintenance and infrastructures levies. We struggle to get our most basic maintenance needs serviced, and despite ongoing and repeated attempts to engage with the council in relation to larger capital works, we have been consistently rebuffed. Last time I looked, the infrastructure fund had over $5 million in it. We query why this money has not been used to upgrade our facility or the other facilities currently earmarked for closure. Money is clearly an issue, and some may say the only issue for this council. It is therefore unclear why they have not taken up our offer of co-funding the required works. We are financially stable and have built up funds in the past which we wish to use on upgrading the centre.
Please continue, Louise, but
I'll finish when I finish.
That's fine. Please.
Every attempt to engage on this offer has been rebuffed without any discussion. In relation to government funding, despite having pointed out their error previously, council offers continue to mislead councillors and the public in relation to the availability of grants for funding for upgrade works for smaller centres. A cursory glance at the state government's grant offerings for early childhood centres reveals this error.
Thanks, Louise.
Further, I'll just finish. I've just got 2 more comments. Further, as far as we're aware, no approach has actually ever been made by the council to either the state or federal government in relation to the availability of funding for these upgrade works. Our centre is a critical component of our local community, and it is truly beyond belief that a council that purports to promote community and inclusiveness is even considering this course of action. I cannot believe that in 2021, after all of the disruption we have endured as a community, this progressive council is even considering this proposal that will inevitably force women out of the workforce, loss of childcare places and staff out of jobs.
Thank you. Just remind everybody, obviously let's be respectful of councillors and officers. I now call upon Karan Wilcox, speaking to item 13.1. Welcome.
Good evening, councillors.
Evening.
Kieran Wilcox, Elwood. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken on behalf of the Elwood Children's Centre. As a parent of a child at the centre, we really value everyone's efforts and all of the educators who have come forward today, but also with their ongoing support of our child's development. So thank you.
Councillors are having a little trouble hearing you. If you just get your speak directly into the microphone. Perfect.
Thank you. The self-contained locality surrounding the Elwood Children's Centre relies on the service provided. This singular yet critical amenity is marked for removal without the guaranteed replacement in place. This blatant oversight alone should deem the proposal unsupported. This predetermined outcome for the proposal's delaying of the stakeholder engagement mitigates the risk of your proposal. No formal solution for the alteration of the centre appears to have been communicated. The DDA access concerns, they have not been proposed for any kind of amendment. The facility in question is located within the Elwood community. Given the inner metro area, many parents get by with a single car, if at all. Placements are extremely restricted, wait times extend over years. We are fortunate as a community in many ways. However, the council have planned to downgrade the very liability of families residing in the area. You will force people to move. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon Francis Adey to speak to item 13.1. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi. Francis Adey of Balaclava, and good evening, Mayor and councillors. I've been the Treasurer of the committee at the Avenue Children's Centre and Kindergarten since 2018. Additionally, my family own the property 2 doors down from the childcare and have done so for over 20 years. I also have 3 children currently at the centre. I would like to point out, for the councillors' knowledge, several inaccurate and/or inconsistent statements that have been made within the report and that have been provided tonight for councillors to vote upon. At 4.16, the report states the centre's maximum operating capacity is significantly less than its competitors and, quote, constrains their service offering and cost efficiency and thereby financial sustainability. Our centre operates consistently at above 98% occupancy and has done for over 5 years. We also run at a profit and have done so whilst being able to provide families the lowest cost childcare in the area. We pay our staff above award wages and we provide healthy nutritional meals for our children. Also at 4.16, the report states the flow-on impact for that is that the council is that each operator has a financial model that relies on financial sponsorship by the council. This statement is completely inaccurate and exhibits the poor analysis upon which the authors of this report have conducted this report for you. As a requirement by the Council, the Centre provides audited financial statements to Council in March each year. A mere cursory glance of these easily accessible documents would clearly show that our Centre does not rely on Council for financial support. Even with COVID impacts and no rent relief from you, our landlord, we still managed to see out last year at a profit, even though we've reduced our fees to support the families through the COVID pandemic. In fact, we pay the Council more than any contribution you provide us back. On the yearly building maintenance levy of approximately $100,000 in the past 12 months, there has been approximately $8,000 of maintenance made to the building. Yet apparently the building, according to the report, requires a substantial amount of repairs. In the last 4 years alone, approximately $400,000 in payments made to the Council to maintain that building. Despite repeated requests for assistance in improvements, you have made less than $60,000 worth of maintenance.
Just get you to come to the end. Please
last
conclude,
point.
yeah.
Finally, at 7.4, the preparers, if there's a report stated, is economically and technically impractical to address the performance shortcomings of the existing 3 facilities. I ask then how it was possible that our committee afforded to do this modelling, and given this is the main point upon you wish to deprive the community and future generations of critical quality community-run childcare, on what evidential basis are you actually using to assess the building's feasibility? Because by your own admission, the head of the real estate portfolio for the City of Port Phillip, Anthony Zenkov, in our meeting with the Mayor last week, and I quote him directly, "No cost analysis has been prepared for this report, and no member of his team has set foot on our centre to conduct analysis until yesterday."
Okay.
So I question, this is it, I question how then are you, as councillors representing our community, expected to vote on our children's future using an onerous, inadequately prepared document?
Okay, thank you. I now call upon Peter Naismith for item 13.6, please. Peter, welcome. Yep, 13.6, which is the Port Phillip election commitments document.
Thank you. Thank you. Peter Naismith, Commodore of the Albert Park Yacht Club, and I live in Endeavour Hills. Firstly, and one of the main things tonight, I just would like to thank councillors for considering the Albert Park Yacht Club development in the recommendations to the state government for the upcoming elections. Albert Park Yacht Club is celebrating its 150th anniversary on February 26th next year, and is the oldest inland yacht club in Victoria and the oldest tenant on the lake. We are celebrating our great history and at the same time planning for an exciting future. The key objective of this development is the Albert Park Sailing Precinct, with the Albert Park Yacht Club building being the main sailing centre and stage 1 of the development. This world-class precinct will have all clubs and associations cooperating to provide activity on the lake 7 days a week, which is a very different lake to what we have seen over the past years, and is well in line with the vision of the Albert Park Master Plan. Activity at the Albert Park Yacht Club will increase dramatically, and this has already begun. Our association with the Albert Park College brings around 300 students to the club every week for leadership and outdoor education programs, and their sailing program, which is the largest in the state, is transferring from the bay to the lake due to this strong relationship. If we had the space, the numbers that I've just quoted would be able to double next year. We also have associations with the Scouts, Australian Sailing, girls and women's organisations, and these will form the basis of our recruitment for the next year. We have affiliations with the Wooden Boat Association, Classic Yachts Association, Melbourne University
Peter.
Sailing Club, and the social sailing programs we provide. Our Saturday racing programs will continue. And with all this, we aim to transform our club with an anticipated 30,000 visitors to the club next year. Obviously, our facilities are inadequate. But I just, with this exciting project...
If you could come to the MP, that'd be great.
Yes, I'm finishing right now, thank you. This exciting project will be a significant benefit to the community, and I thank you for your support.
No, thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you.
I now call upon Tim Ryan, speaking to 13.6 Port Phillip election commitments. Welcome back, Tim. Yeah, perfect. Tim, just get your state your name and your suburb again, please. Welcome. Just give us 2 seconds. We'll just get your mic working.
How'd I go?
Perfect.
Self-tech.
You're doing well.
Tim Ryan, Lord Somers Camp Powerhouse in Albert Park. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support towards providing opportunity for multiple different communities to grow, participate in activity and support their health and wellbeing, and the efforts towards celebrating community diversity and culture. To this end, I'm delighted to see the Victorian Government election commitment package proposed. We have a great collection of projects outlined, all worthy of support. In particular, I'm talking towards some self-interest in relation to Powerhouse on Albert Park Lake. The Albert Park Master Plan is an important activation, and more than ever before, we must ensure that we get it right and the community engagement and benefits can not only carry forward but grow for decades to come. Powerhouse is an efficient project that has already received Commonwealth and philanthropic funding commitments, not to mention it's operationally self-sustaining and has the ability to underpin and grow further community programs and service upon its redevelopment. It contributes strongly to the economic recovery through social enterprise across hospitality, events, arts and sport. It delivers community resilience programs delivered through $50 million of in-kind voluntary labour each year, and through a redevelopment community hub, it can become proudly energy efficient, financially and environmentally sustainable. Thank you for the ongoing work and supporting this project, and we remain ready to serve Council and the community to ensure we maximise outcomes and maximise outcomes that are realised through collaboration within our community. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. We appreciate it. I now call upon Jenny Roper, speaking to item 14.1, Notice of Motion, Councillor Clark, Community Safety. Jenny, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jenny Roper and I live in St Kilda. I have emailed the City of Port Phillip Council, councillors, mayors and CEO numerous times over the last few years with regards to the social amenity and community safety in St Kilda. I have been told on every occasion that community safety is a police matter and to contact the police. From being a victim of an assault on Fitzroy Street, St Kilda, with my children, calling 000, sometimes weekly, and creating Crime Stoppers reports each week, I know that the City of Port Phillip Police are under-resourced. St Kilda is a wonderful tourist spot for all, but unfortunately it is increasingly becoming dangerous and unsafe. Our vulnerable community is being assaulted and are frightened. This is happening every day. The constant fighting and screaming does not stop. Bike theft is at an all-time high and is increasing on a daily basis. This is often the only means of transport by a lot of people, which means people are unable to get to work. I have a female friend that lives in Elwood. We went out to dinner last week. She said she doesn't go to Ackland Street anymore as she feels unsafe and is on edge. This is not how St Kilda should be. It should be a safe environment for everyone. Being told by the City of Port Phillip to call police about community safety, I am asking that the Mayor of the City of Port Phillip write to the Police Minister Lisa Neville to ask for additional police resources to support the safety of the local community, traders and residents. I am also asking if the Mayor could please write to Martin Foley, MP, Albert Park, asking for more additional resources as well. Thank you for your time. It is much appreciated.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. I call upon Amanda Morgan, speaking to item 14.1. Welcome, Amanda.
Hi, I'm Amanda Morgan. I am a resident and ratepayer in St Kilda, and I'm here in support of Councillor Clark's motion for additional policing in St Kilda, not only in the summer months, but we need it all year round. So I'd like to second everything that Jenny has just said. It's the same experience that I've had living in St Kilda for the past 5 years. We bought our property on Fitzroy Street 5 years ago, and I've never lived anywhere where I've actually spoken to the police on a weekly basis. And I lived in King's Cross for over 10 years in the late 90s and early 2000s. I feel really unsafe. My husband lives and works between Melbourne and Sydney, so I'm here a lot of the time on my own. And, you know, I'm really active in our local community and not just online. Like, I speak to local residents, business owners, and they all seem to have the same stories as both Jenny and myself. So the types of things that I'm calling police about on a weekly basis are break-ins to houses, cars, apartment blocks, letterboxes, people defecating on the street, people taking drugs on the streets, kind of disposing of their drug ephemera on our streets where our kids are walking and playing. It's just kind of not acceptable. Like, it's, you know, it's no way to live, really. And it also feels to me like the safety and security of local residents is a bit of a secondary concern, of which I think it shouldn't be, because we are kind of bearing the brunt for the majority of the services that are provided to some of the most disadvantaged people within our society. And unfortunately, with some of those people come crime, drugs and their friends.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I would just like to also request additional policing for St Kilda.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I call upon David Blakely, speaking to item 14.1. David.
David Blakely, St Kilda. I'm here to speak as my role as President of Fitzroy Street Business Association and on behalf of Janet Rosenberg from Ackland Street. And we're both in support of Councillor Clark's motion tonight, which is at no cost to council but a moral support for local residents and traders. There's no secret that I'm quite St Kilda centric, as you probably all know. There's no reason that, you know, St Kilda suffers social issues, as does Port Melbourne and South Melbourne. Unfortunately, these social issues often involve assaults, open drug use. On the way here today, I witnessed someone I'm using syringes outside one of the Renew shops. I don't know if you had time to look at the emails which I supplied earlier about the report from Renew about the incidents that happened last week. Then I went to Ackland Street to see an assault in the plaza. Last week, as businesses really struggle to maintain staff, to get staff, etc., Abbey Road had one of their female staff members pushed to the ground while there was people throwing bricks around Ackland Street. The policing is not just also this. I mean, policing is what we see every summer. Unfortunately, we've seen a man lose his life. We've seen someone stabbed a week later and a penguin killed the week after. All mindless, senseless acts of violence. And then also with COVID, I mean, we have seen a massive increase in domestic violence. We've seen police resources taken away for COVID protests or hotel quarantine. And we call for extra resources for police. I think if the council stands behind Martin Foley, it gives him support, moral support, to argue within his party for more resources to St Kilda. We're trying to rebuild our businesses after COVID, and the things we're seeing on the street have a direct impact on us. Thank you. Congratulations, Mayor, on your appointment, and Councillor Bax, I'm not sure where he's gone, but...
He's just popped out for a moment, but we both thank you for your good wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now call upon Judith Kleppner, speaking to item 10.1 and 13.1. So perhaps if we could just address 10.1 first and acknowledge and recognise your service to the city as a former councillor. Welcome, Judith.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Judith Kleppner, Albert Park. And I just wanted to speak on the item at 10.1 about the use of public open space and call for council to take perhaps a less blunt approach to this than is suggested in this document. As you may know, I'm on the board of Gasworks, but I'm not speaking on behalf of Gasworks this evening, other than to say there hasn't been a large-scale review of how things are tracking with the school and the use of the Gasworks Park. But certainly as far as Lemnos Square, now so called, is concerned, just thought I might fill you in on how that square came to be a square. It was actually road reserve, and as part of Council's education precinct plan for that area, it was agreed with the Education Department that they would pay for the refurbishment of that space if Council closed the road. So all it was before was a bunch of asphalt, and it's now a usable space enjoyed by not only the school but also by the local community. So I think we need to really step back from this, penny pinching approach to seek payment for the use of open space by the community. Certainly, there's no mention in the state government campaign commitments that you're seeking to look at how council can well collaborate with state government to enhance and expand the availability of open space across the city. There's no mention in that report, in this report 10.1, of the contribution of state government in the creation of the open space at Ferris Street, at the new primary school
Judith,
that they built
take
there.
note, you're at 2 minutes. I'll give you another 2 minutes because you're speaking to two items. So.
Okay, thanks so much.
Pleasure.
Really, we've seen the provision of a bunch of new schools and campuses over recent years in our area, notwithstanding that there was no, in the rezoning of Fisherman's Bend, no land at all was set aside for either open space or for schools. So we really need to see a build-up of collaboration between council and state government to see enhancement of that, to everybody's benefit and to the enhancement of the livability of the city. If I could just say briefly
13.1, yep.
On 13.1, I think you've heard from the community members tonight, a lot of people who love and appreciate childcare. I have to say my engagement with this local government, even though I had been living in Port Melbourne prior, really only began about 30 years ago over a childcare battle. And every council or two, every iteration, we have yet another battle over the provision of childcare, whether it be council or community managed. Thing is, the provision of quality childcare is what keeps this city so vibrant. It's what links community. It's what enhances the experience of children in this community and builds their connectedness to their local community and their transition through other levels of education. So really, again, we need to step back from this narrow approach, monetised approach to whether we're getting, whether we could get more money if we sold some off and see some block of apartments built on those spaces. We really should be looking at how we can enhance access, how we could enhance affordability, and how we can support the fantastic quality childcare that's available and supported in this city, rather than just radicalising a whole new generation of families that
Thank you.
love and appreciate the childcare. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon Jennifer Edge speaking to item 9.4, and Jennifer, I understand you've got a question as well. Welcome.
That's the officer's one, Jen.
I think it's fine for you to sit there. It's fine. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Is it working? Oh, yes.
Loud and clear. Just get your state and name and your suburb, Jennifer.
Jen Edge, St Kilda. Firstly, I just want to quickly acknowledge Louise, the former mayor, for her efforts
and you and Tim for being the new incumbents.
We sincerely appreciate that. Thanks. And I'll start your 2 minutes now.
It saddens me to be here with the anecdotes I'm about to share. Less than 26 hours ago, I was barricaded in the disabled toilet at the Surf Lifesaving Club on the beach, waiting for police to come and acknowledge me in there and escort me out. I have spent a great deal of the past 2 years of COVID liaising with various parts of council over the changing places, facilities there, the disabled toilet there, and even before that, the disabled toilet at Donovan's. I am, and it was predicted that I would be, becoming more and more disabled. And I am estranged from my family, finally, since July. After 43 years of living here and then telling me what a bad place it is, it's living up to every piece of stuff that they've believed in the past. Now, that was last night. Sunday, a neighbour who's new to me and doesn't even live in my area came to help me with some construction material to set up a barrier on the property where I live because our fence went down near the security gate on the 28th of October and the neighbours are disputing the repair. Sadly, that was a week too late. My DHS neighbour, who's the only one I really get on with in my block, had had his car broken into, and in the first time in 15 years we had signs of challenging people in the backyard, shall we say.
Jennifer, just let you know we're at 2 minutes, but because you've got a question as well, I'll allow you some more leave. But
yep.
If I could ask you to obviously stick to 9.4 and then... Let's
2 nights before that, again broad daylight, I went to go into Woolworths Arcade from Ackland Street and a guy stood in front of me just near the glass automated doors there and urinated. This is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with as residents. And I find it extraordinary to come along tonight, which was a bit of an effort for me, I can tell you, to hear that I live within spitting distance, to use a term, of St Kilda North Childcare Centre, and yet I, until attending tonight, knew that nothing was going on about childcare in the city of Port Phillip, let alone within my area. This is the kind of thing that residents are complaining about a lack of accountability, transparency and accessibility to public consultation. I understand there's to be some kind of community forum. I haven't read anything about it. Since we lost our access and inclusion officer, I have no idea what's going on because she used to send me a hard copy of stuff that went out by email to varyingly abled people.
Councillor Crawford, do you... No? Okay. Jennifer, we've got 30 seconds left or so. Is there a question we can table for you?
Yes. When is this council going to take seriously people's residents' needs to meet regularly, in real time, in wards like we used to talk to our elected representatives about serious issues that impinge on our ability to live and grow and connect in the city of Port Phillip? These are all things to do with what I call community education and are fundamental to capacity building. And I put it to you not only as a community development worker of some renown,
thank you,
but a long-term resident and somebody you know who actually does really care.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'll ask the CEO to answer the question, if that's okay. So I'll get our CEO, Peter Smith, to answer the question. Of course you can.
Of course you can, through you, Mayor. I think the question was, when will councillors restart ward conversations. I will take that up with councillors and take that on notice and make sure you're informed of the answer to that question.
Yeah, let's... if we could focus on the accessibility of centres, etc., also in terms of discussions.
I'll have to take that one.
Thank you. We'll take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice. Thank you, Mayor.
If that's okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'll now move to public question time. We have... Oh, sorry, pardon me. We've got Letitia sent through a statement, who was one of our virtual callers before that we couldn't get onto. Could I call upon Head of Governance just to repeat the name and the suburb in the statement, please?
Certainly, through you, Mayor. Letitia Collin-Valent had difficulty registering on WebEx this evening and has submitted a statement to 13.1, and the statement reads, in 2019, Dick Gross said to The Age that some centres were not disability compliant and that it was unacceptable. The council assessment highlights the bad shape of the buildings and the unavoidable issue that the building has come to the end of its life. My question for tonight's meeting is, what has the council done in those years to make buildings compliant? Each centre pays a levy to cover maintenance costs. The levy should have been used through the year. The council should use the levy previously paid to cover maintenance costs. Has the council used this budget for any other purposes while it should have been used to maintain the building? The council abandoning community is sending the wrong message. The early childhood education should be a partnership with the council. Tonight we should have discussed actions to save these community daycares rather than abandoning them by the sale of the building. It's the end of the submission.
Thank you very much for doing that also. I call the name of each member of the public to refer, if you could, the Head of Governance, if you could read their statements also. So under public question time, Adrian Jackson.
Through you, Mayor, and the public question reads, I notice many discarded cigarette butts on the footpath and under street plantings along Armstrong Street, Middle Park. Litter bins along the street have metal slots specifically for cigarettes. However, butts still end up in the plastic bin, causing a fire risk. Smoking should be banned in all shopping strips as it is the case with outdoor dining. What can council do to improve cigarette litter, for example, installing signage on benches and footpaths?
Thank you, and I request Lachlan Johnson to respond.
Thank you for your question. Council is also concerned about this issue. I can advise that the scheduled cleaning program for Armstrong Street was recently adjusted to help address this and some other litter issues. Council officers work closely with traders associations, businesses and shop owners to ensure that footpaths are kept as clean as possible and that areas that are covered by footpath trading permits are maintained in accordance with their permit conditions. A standard permit condition requires that litter must be cleared from the trading area by the permit holder, and where smoking is permitted under the Tobacco Act of 1987, that windproof ashtrays must be provided for patrons wishing to smoke within those trading areas. Whilst Council does not generally install signage for these purposes, Council has a history of actively participating in running anti-cigarette litter campaigns. Council is currently reviewing its Don't Waste It waste management strategy and will be considering initiatives to help address litter issues across the city in partnership with other organisations and levels of government.
Thank you very much. Item 9.5, new netball courts for Elder Smith Reserve. Murray Nicol.
Through you, Mayor, and the submission reads, as Secretary of the Fisherman's Bend Business Forum and on behalf of the businesses and associations in the Fisherman's Bend area, we would like to support your consideration of the Port Melbourne Netball Courts and Pavilion being built on Elder Smith Reserve. This is an underutilised piece of open space, and consideration of the future Prohaska Reserve through an early master plan would be welcomed. Giving a strong indication through a council resolution for netball/multi-purpose courts is an outward sign of the importance of Fisherman's Bend, and also that the future communities will be looked after, and as they move into the area will be able to access local facilities.
Thank you. And finally, Mark Shepherd in relation to 10.1, schools' use of open space.
Through you, Mayor, the submission reads, as members of the Albert Park College School Council and on behalf of our school community, we would like to thank Council for the positive way it has worked with the school in relation to its use of Gasworks Park. In particular, we thank Anthony Trail for taking the time to present to our school council meeting. We note that community concerns in relation to this issue appear to have dissipated over the last year to almost nothing, which is a credit to all parties. We support the adoption of a set of guiding principles and a future guideline to inform council decisions in relation to school use of public open space. We support most of the principles. However, we take issue with the principle that the Department of Education and schools should contribute to the additional cost incurred by council for use of the public open space above normal community use. We note that most schools in Port Phillip allow their grounds to form part of the network of public open spaces used by the broader community outside school hours at no cost. Examples of this include heavy use of Albert Park College's basketball court and Middle Park Primary School's oval. We further note that the construction of Lemnos Square was largely funded by the department on the basis that it would be available for use by school students with no expectation of having to pay for the privilege. Together with school use of local parks during school hours when it is least used by the broader community, this optimises the efficient use of public infrastructure by the whole community. We urge Council to reconsider the need for yet another 12-month trial of Albert Park College's use of Gasworks Parks. There have already been 2 such trials. This afforded us with the opportunity to learn from the first trial and make adjustments to the arrangements accordingly. Thank you again for the opportunity to work with Council on this matter. We look forward to continuing our positive relationship as you refine the guiding principles and guideline.
Thank you for doing that. It's a great service. We appreciate it. Are there any members of the gallery who have registered to speak and have not yet been called? Thank you. I now move to item 5, which is councillor question times. Councillors, do you have any questions for officers? Thank you. I'll now move to item 6, which is the sealing schedule. There are no items that require sealing at tonight's meeting. I therefore move to item 7, which is petition and joint letters, of which there are none this evening on tonight's agenda. Councillors, I'm going to suggest we take a 9-minute break. If we can come back at 10 minutes past 8. For those of you that are in the gallery, I can assure you we will deal with item 13.1 first. So that you can get home to your families, etc. So we'll have a 10-minute, well, roughly a 9-minute adjournment till 10 minutes past 8, and we'll come back. Moment in local government, and this meeting is no different. Order, please. Thank you. Resume your seats, please. Thank you. There's never a dull moment around here, and I just want to explain a situation we've had a short time ago with Councillor Baxter. Councillor Baxter is very committed to being part of the meeting this evening. He unfortunately was notified that he visited an exposure site. That exposure site was not a council site, but he received a text message. He promptly put on his facial mask, sought advice from officers, and has left the building to go home. Councillor Baxter is clearly visible behind me on our screen, so you want to give us a wave, Councillor Baxter? There we go. He can hear us very clearly. So as we are now in a hybrid environment, this is the first time that we've had only one councillor online, and given that Councillor Baxter is visible and we can clearly see and hear his contribution, for the purposes of voting tonight, I will ask Councillor Baxter to vote via a show of hands, and I won't automatically do a vote under division. Any questions? I think we're all clear. And Councillor Baxter, as part of our operational procedure, if you wish to talk, etc., just make sure you send a message through to the CEO and myself, and we'll make sure we avail you of that opportunity. Also, if you wish to move or second a motion, etc. Should we test Councillor Baxter's sound, or have we done that?
We can give it a try.
Loud and clear, Councillor Baxter. Let's.
Brilliant. Sorry, everyone.
No, that's fine. Councillors, we now move through the reports you have indicated you wish to speak to separately. Are there any questions of the officers in relation to item 13.1? So as I said before, we're moving the agenda slightly. I'm moving item 13.1 first, and then we'll revert back to 9.1. So questions of the officers. I'll go to Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask the officers, Were any of the properties that we're speaking about tonight, were any of these properties gifts to the council? I've got two questions. That's the first question.
No problem. Mr Keenan or Tony?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. No. We've done a title search. It's quite disconcerting that this was reported incorrectly in the media, and I'm not sure how that happened or where that claim came from. But no, a search of the title showed that councils purchased all three properties for the following amounts in the following years. The Avenue Balaclava was purchased by council in 1975 for $43,000. 46 Tennyson Street, Elwood, the Elwood Children's Centre, was purchased in 1985 for $173,000. And Eildon Road Centre at St Kilda was purchased in 1986 for $192,000. They were all at or in one case we think a little bit above market prices at those times. Furthermore, nothing in the title dealing suggests that the properties were gifted, and nothing on the title has anything, there's no caveat. So no, they were not gifted, they were purchased by council.
Councillor Sirikoff, your second question?
Yes, my second question is, from the speakers tonight, there was some also residents who have contacted me. There has been some reference about the levies that the centres pay and the amount of money that's spent on maintenance on these properties. Could council please clarify the levies and also costs to maintain properties, please?
Tony Kin?
Through you, Mayor. The levies vary slightly each year, but by way of example, the levies for, sorry, I don't have the actual centres, but 47,000 for one centre, 45,000 for another, 46,000 with the infrastructure levies in 2021. 45,000, 41,000, 45,000 in 1920, 44,894, 40,154, 44,890 in 1890. Maintenance levies, 45,744, 43,704, 43,610 in 2021, 48,732, 44,257 and 48,258 in 1920, 47,922, 42,862, 48,475 in 1819. Since 2016, the total infrastructure capital costs spent on the three centres, 720,548, and total maintenance costs, 290,206. That doesn't include the recent $70,000 to add air filters as a result of COVID in the three centres.
Thank you, sir. Councillors, any further questions? Sorry, I was looking at my left. Councillor Crawford. Please go ahead.
I have quite a number of questions. Just following on from that, if I may ask, so there has been a lot of comment around why more of the maintenance money hasn't been spent. Could you clarify for me, part of the reason is that if we undertake some of the major works, it triggers all the DDA compliance, which then would require huge works and we may have to shut down the buildings for a number of time. Is that kind of the reason that we can't undertake these bigger works because of what it may trigger under the building regulations?
That's correct. Sorry, through you, Mayor. That's more or less correct. Yes, that to do work above a certain standard would trigger building code and building permits, which would then trigger the DDA. And to do some of them, we would then have to completely demolish. So there has been a catch-22 where some work hasn't been done to avoid that. Yes, so there are situations where, for example, at Elwood, the floor is slipping and it needs re-stumping. To do that would trigger exactly what I've just said.
And can I ask, do we have, like, if we were to undertake that kind of remedial works, do we have a vague amount of how much it might cost and how long it might take to do those works? Do we have any, from the work that's been done, indicative figures?
I'd have to refer to property to either Ms McNeil or Mr Savinkov, who I think are both online, to answer that.
I'm happy to answer that one, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr Savinkov, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, we can expect that to do those works, which are quite significant in nature, each of the buildings could be offline for up to 2 years. Now, the cost of the investment for each building would be at least a couple $1 million or so. Keep in mind that will remediate the building, bring it to compliance with the building code, but unfortunately that won't allow the building to get to a state where it's fully accessible. So universal access won't get to a contemporary standard, so council would still be carrying that risk of non-DDA compliance, even though the building we feel the building could meet the building code. It won't necessarily meet the requirements of the Disability Discrimination Act.
Go ahead, Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, yeah, just to follow up. So if we met the building regulations but we didn't meet the DDA compliance, are you able to operate given the upgrades? I'm not sure whether flexibility is given.
So we could operate, but as building owner, council would still carry the risk of non-compliance.
And what does that mean that we could I don't quite fully understand that. Sorry, Anthony.
Well, that means that there's a dignity issue and there's an accessibility issue for people with higher needs and some disabilities, and that council would be in breach of the law by not having a facility that's fully accessible to those people.
Thank you. Just before you go, Councillor Crawford, Tony Keenan would like to add to that.
Through you, Mayor, the other issue which we haven't considered is that whilst we could get a building permit, we may not get a planning permit because these are located in residential areas. There would be parking requirements. So there is a building permit but also a planning permit issue.
Thank you. Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. There have been many calls for working with the centres to find solutions tonight. It's my understanding that we're starting a formal process that starts with community consultation. If the recommendation is approved tonight, what does the community consultation process look like? Could there be a workshop to look at alternative solutions? Could we still consider co-funding an upgrade with the centres if that is viable, if this is approved tonight?
Thank you. Tony Keenan.
Through you, Mayor, yes, all of those things. This is a motion to commence consultation. So all of those things can be part of that consultation. If council needs to or wishes to extend the consultation, if council wishes to spend funds to explore things that arise in the consultation, that's up to council. So that's all possible as part of the consultation. Council can consider extending it further. If council wanted to engage architects to spend the money to get even further information, but the report that was done in 2019, which council considered when they adopted the policy at attachment 7 from memory, had those initial works done, and they were done with an architect, an accessibility consultant, a quantity surveyor, and one other which I've forgotten. So that initial work has been done, and that was public in 2019, where there was, not in this chambers, but in the chambers upstairs, there was extensive consultation, and that highlighted some of the issues with these 3 buildings then.
Follow up on that.
But that would be completely up to council.
Thank you. So what can members of the community expect step by step from here tonight, if it is approved, for example?
Tony Keenan.
So we will be in touch. We will use the normal have your say process. We will be doing targeted consultations centre by centre, but we'll also be consulting with the broader community, with other childcare providers in the sector and with other groups who are suggested through those consultations. It would be as per the standard consultation processes that Council use.
Can I add to that question also in terms of the reports and the attachments you were talking about? I think it was Simon Rashley brought up the DDA audit reports and any engineering reports. Could you be more specific in any information that's been released or could be released?
That's probably best taken by Mr Savinkov.
Mr Savinkov, if you could help us out.
Thank you, Mayor. The relevant reports we'd like to include in the consultation materials, planning to include them directly in the Have Your Say website as background information, including disability access reports for each of the 3 relevant centres.
Thank you for that. Councillor Crawford.
In some ways similar to Councillor Console's question, under the recommendation it says 3.2 authorises relevant officers to seek state and federal government co-funding for development of a new North St Kilda Children's Centre. Does that exclude, do we need to adjust that in some way to be able to explore funding opportunities with both state and federal governments for smaller centres like we are discussing tonight? Is that precluded, or would we need to amend 3.2 to allow those kind of conversations to take place, to pursue those conversations?
Tony Kinnan.
Through you, Mayor, state government policy would mean that they wouldn't be able to fund because we're looking at rebuilding of centres. So we could advocate and lobby for the state government to change its policy. But there is a requirement that new builds have to get to 60 or 20 additional spaces. So it would be great. I mean, I'm sure that Council, if the federal or state governments were going to contribute, but you would need to advocate for the state government to change its policy.
Do we need to then adjust that? Sorry, follow-on question, if I may. Do we need to adjust the wording of the recommendation in order to allow that?
Mr. Tony Keenan.
That would be up to Council. You could move that way. Yeah.
Thank you. Just before we go, if I could ask a question. We heard some very impassioned conversations this evening from people employed at the centres. Mr. Keenan, can you give some background in terms of what Council's obligations are, commitment is, things we're going to do to help the centres if this motion is approved this evening with transition arrangements for the employees of the centres?
Again, through you, Mayor, that would form part of the consultations. So Council's obligation with those 3 centres, we'd have no obligations technically, but clearly we would want to work with those centres to enable continuing employment of staff at those centres. And also, if Council makes a decision to go ahead with consultation, and if at some stage Council made a decision to sell those centres as per what's outlined in the paper, we would then work closely with those staff. We could look at opportunities at our own centres. We could look at opportunities for sharing staff if staff at centres chose to leave and it was hard to recruit new staff. We could look at, discuss what financial arrangements there could be, but that would all form part of the consultation.
And Mr. Keenan, is the current motion as it stands in terms of the consultation here sufficient enough to be able to provide councillors information on that?
I believe it is, but if councillors wanted to tighten it and put that in specifically, we'd welcome that.
Thank you. And if I could just ask one more question in relation to, obviously, childcare is a very important service provided in our city, and if these decisions are made, the impact on enrolments could be substantial. are the current wording of the motion or the recommended motion here this evening in terms of consultation sufficient enough for Council to be able to receive information about how Council would assist centres in the transition period should enrolments fall?
I believe it is, but again, I think they would be detailed discussions that would happen throughout the consultations, and anything that was brought back as a result of those consultations would be covered. But again, if councillors wish to strengthen the motion by including that, I think we'd welcome that, officers would welcome that.
Thank you. I'll go Councillor Consolo, Councillor Martin, because it was just before, and I'll come to you next. Councillor Consolo.
Was it explored to update or upgrade the North St Kilda Road Centre first to provide those spaces prior to commencing sale of these properties?
Tony Keenan?
I don't believe so, but I'd refer to Mr Savinkov on that one.
Mr Savinkov, go ahead.
Could I have the question clarified, please, Mayor?
Councillor Consolo?
Just wondering if it was explored if we could build or upgrade the North St Kilda Road Centre prior to selling off any of these properties, if that is what we end up doing.
Mr Savinkov.
So in terms of developing the North St Kilda Centre, there's probably limited opportunity to bring that forward. The council, if it wished, could. We've outlined a proposed program for sales as a matter of transparency and clarity. Council could potentially alter that, but that's not the officer recommendation.
So, Mr Savinkov, I think the question was, were the options considered through part of the process to produce the report tonight? Councillor Consolo, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but yep.
Yes, they were.
That was a quick answer, thank you. Councillor Martin.
Two-part question. Firstly, my understanding is that we've listened to the passion of some of our speakers in public question time, and there's obviously a very strong will for them to keep their centres. My understanding is that the major driver behind the council officer's recommendation is that there are state government laws that preclude funding for smaller centres, and there's significant costs involved in if council was to renovate or rebuild those centres. If we could have a 2-minute adjournment, I'd be happy to work with Councillor Crawford and our council officers if we put in a separate dot point in here that looked to see if we could, during the course of in the next couple of months, work particularly with our state government and also our federal government to look at are there other avenues of funding through the state and federal government to see if there's a way of funding these centres without committing the council to any further expense. And secondly, is it possible to get the state government to change its laws? I'm not saying that that would happen, but having heard the passion of the people here in the audience, at least that would give them the sense that we're trying to investigate other options. Is that something that's possible?
Can I just clarify, are you foreshadowing in the first part of that question? Or?
I'm foreshadowing, but I'm not quite sure what the wording would be because I wouldn't want to foreshadow a motion that legally didn't sit properly.
That's fine. CEO, can you help us out with that question?
Through you, Mayor, you could add it to 13.6 and when we get to that item, which is your advocacy items, or you could add it as a specific item as an amendment to this officer's recommendation. We can help you with the wording with that. I note, though, that this report is just going to consultation and there's no decision to sell, it's the decision to consult, and it may be that once you've heard back further from the community and we've engaged further with the community, that you could add that at a later, when this next comes back to council. We can continue to explore it in any circumstance.
So just to clarify then, if we went to consultation and if there's a very strong will for the community to continue in its existing centres, but council still can't see how that can be financially viable within its current council framework, then rather than implementing council's processes, there could be a time of advocacy to the federal and state government to see if they could be involved in supporting. Is that what we're saying?
Through you, Mayor, yes, correct. But you could also add it tonight to 13.6 as an advocacy item to that agenda as well, which means we'd take that up straight away.
Okay, so
or you can put it in this.
Can I ask council officers then perhaps to help us with something can be added to 13.6 later in the meeting, and once we see how the debate on this particular item goes, we may then want to add that advocacy item at 13.6.
More than welcome to have a chat to governance behind the scenes or offline to draft that for you, but that's been well acknowledged. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Crawford, go ahead, then Councillor Bond.
Just in regards to the proposed timing, if there was to be sale, is the timing related to the state of the building, or is there room to extend the current centres for longer periods of time if we were to want to take longer to consider or advocate whatever our options are? Is that a possibility?
Tony Keenan.
Through you, Mayor, I'll have a stab, but I think you'll need to go to Mr Savinkov. What I would say, there are two issues. One is the risk of a major non-compliance happening, which then would mean the building couldn't be occupied. If that happened, the centre would close down immediately. We would have no option. So Anthony would be able to advise on what the risk of that would be and how we would assess those risks. But that's why we're bringing it, is that is a real risk. It's happened to other services in the city, not childcare, but if a building is deemed not safe, the building has to close immediately until it's rectified.
Thank you. Mr Savinkov, would you like to add to that answer?
Just to partly echo Mr Keenan's comments that officers do have concerns about unplanned failure of the building, unplanned closure of the service, and the potential need to unexpectedly carry out costly upgrades to buildings that ultimately can't be made fully future ready. Now, in terms of the timing that's been proposed, it's a combination of things. It's a combination of condition, as has been mentioned, but also health and safety risk and also compliance risk that council carries.
Thanks, Mr Savinkov. Councillor Bond, your question?
My question was around the numbers of childcare spaces or places. I think there's been a couple of different numbers thrown around. Can you clarify that if these three centres were to close and then a new centre was to be built at North St Kilda in Argyle Street, what would be the net loss of spaces across the four centres once the closing and opening and rebuild had occurred?
Mr Keenan?
From memory, and Mr Savinkov might help.
Mr Savinkov, thank you.
The net loss, I think, is 77, and then in terms of future demand, if Anthony can clarify that, and then I can answer that second question.
Sure. Through you, Mayor, the North St Kilda Centre at the moment has a licensed capacity of 77 places. We feel reasonably confident that that could be increased to 121 places. That is a gain of 44. The three centres that officers are proposing for sale, they have a combined total licensed capacity of 123 places. And I don't have my calculator in front of me to work out the difference, but as Tony mentioned, it's about 70 or so places.
I think 79, our CEO has just said behind the scenes. But
thank you.
Councillor Bond, do you have a further question?
In terms of predicted demand,
Thank you, Mr Keane.
Through you, Mayor, in terms of predicted demand, again, the paper that Council and the community considered in March 2009 contained modelling at that point, and that at that point it predicted we would have 39 spare spaces in 2026 in the Balaclava East St Kilda area, and a shortage of 8 spaces in the Elwood Ripponlea area by 2026. That was pre-COVID. Then the state government undertook modelling for the introduction of 3-year-old kindergarten. Because council had to sign on to that, we then engaged a separate consultant to verify that modelling, and with some minor tweaks, that modelling stood up. It predicted no demand in the Elwood area by 2029. No new demand or for extra spaces. a lack of 3 spaces in St Kilda East by 2027 and 46 by 2029. And that modelling doesn't include, for example, new centres that have opened. So that doesn't include the Nest, which has 150 spaces, which has just opened, and it doesn't include the spaces of other centres that have been approved since then. So their modelling is either a decline or no new demand in this area of the city. There is significant demand in the north part of the city. We'll need 208 places, for example, in the northern part of the city by 2029.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Councillor Consola, did I say that? Conor Moran? No. Councillor Bond. So I'm saying everything tonight. No further questions? Councillor Sirikoff, go ahead.
Just a simple question, Mr. Keenan, about that demand in the northern part. So you're referring to the Fisherman's Bend area?
Fisherman's Bend and South Melbourne, but I suspect the South Melbourne, I'll need to look at it. That applies to more the Montague, which is attached to Fisherman's Bend, yes.
Okay, councillors, there being no further questions, you have an officer's recommendation in front of you in relation to this report. Do I have a mover of this recommendation or anything else? Councillor Bond to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark. Councillor Bond, I'll ask you to speak to the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A number of years ago, we did a review of our childcare services, and Council made a very firm decision to stay in childcare. So the proposal before us tonight should not be viewed as a decision by Council to exit childcare. We have made that decision and we do intend to stay in childcare. And the question before us and for this Council to deal with is how do we do that and what does that look like in the future? What we're doing tonight is putting out a proposal for consultation. I know a number of speakers said they weren't aware of this, they haven't been consulted, and that's probably the case up until now. I know there's been a few meetings with various different groups and committees of the various childcare centres that are impacted, and that was more to give these groups a heads up or insight into that this was going to be on the agenda here tonight. So what we're doing tonight is commencing the consultation process on these 3 centres, and there's probably a 4th centre involved here as well in the St Kilda North Childcare Centre, because they will also be impacted by decisions we make here also. I think 5 councillors here have been dealing with the issue of childcare for at least 5 years and 4 councillors for at least 1 year. And every time we go through this process, we look at it, what can we do with these sites? And we hit the same roadblock, is that in order for us to do something on this site, we reach the point where we need to almost totally rebuild every single one of them, which creates a whole heap of problems for us with building compliance, planning compliance, disability compliance, that we've reached the conclusion as councillors that, hey, we need to explore the option of perhaps closing these 3 centres and rebuilding a newer, bigger one that does meet the modern childcare requirement needs. Many of these buildings are up to 100 years old. They've been operating as childcare centres for 40, 45 years. These buildings in their current format would never be permitted if they were to be created today or they were to be started out as childcare centres today, just because they do not meet many of the current requirements of a modern day childcare centre. And over the last couple of years, I think we've built 2 of them. There's the one next door, there's the one up in Port Melbourne, Bubba Mormanjika, which is, they're both great facilities. And I know people have formed the view that, yes, small facilities are best for their their children. But we've also seen we have large childcare centres, especially the one up at Bubba Wamajika, which I know I speak to many parents of children that go there. They're very happy with that particular centre. So if done right, a larger centre than the ones we're currently looking at here can work. So we know that. And what we need to work with the community on is the how, and how we get to a larger centre that does work for the community the way that some of the other larger centres that council has built and invested in over the last 5 or 10 years work for those particular communities. So, this is the start of the process. We do want to hear all the ideas. We do want to have many, many conversations with the parents and staff and the committees of these particular childcare centres, and we're open to any and all ideas that you may have for us. Any funding ideas, if you're able to put pressure on state and local MPs to change their funding requirements to enable these facilities to be eligible for funding, they would be great outcomes for us, and we're prepared to work with you as a council on those outcomes, on that consultation with the local state MPs who can help us here with funding in these particular areas. So I know as a council this is a very, very difficult decision for us, but it's one that we've arrived at over a very long period of time. We have to put out a proposal to consult on, and this is a proposal we're putting out tonight, and it's from here that we will hear your ideas. We'll take on board your feedback. We will listen to your concerns with what's being proposed here, but this is the starting point, and we'll have, I'm sure, many months through which we can discuss this and hear your feedback and hear your ideas, and hopefully come up with some solutions that work for many of the childcare centres and many of the residents and parents in these particular centres. So I know we've all discussed this behind the scenes thoroughly, and we're all thinking, all right, is there any other way? And we've explored lots and lots of options, but this seems to be the one that has come forward and said, all right, this is, reluctantly where we need to be and the decision that we need to make. And we're commencing that consultation tonight with you on this proposal. And this is a plan, and any plan can be changed. So by all means, give us your feedback. By all means, tell us what you like about this, what you don't like about it. Put forward all your proposals that you have been spoken about so passionately here tonight. So,
thanks, Councillor Bond. Councillor Clark.
I think a lot has been said. I have attended meetings.
Just give it a minute or so. A few seconds. There we go. Try again.
Is that better? I can't hear.
We'll see how we go. Go ahead.
Okay, so a lot has been said tonight, and we appreciate the community coming out and giving us their feedback. A lot's been said by councillors, and I know I've attended at least one of the meetings with the centres and the committees that run the centres and the parents and the educators. So we appreciate everything that has been brought forward, and I think enough has been said, so we'll move it to the consultation as Councillor Bond has just suggested, and that will be a thorough process to get all of your feedback. So I look forward to seeing it, although I think we've had a fairly strong response tonight, but let those ideas come forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any further? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Mayor, this is a little bit like Groundhog Day for me. I was chair of the Old St Bede's Early Learning Centre in Elwood, and when I was the chair and the nominal proprietor, the Anglican Church sold the kindergarten out from underneath us, and we ended up being part of the group that started Poets Grove, and I can remember the distress that it caused, so I can relate to the stress that I heard from the people sitting out there in the audience. And some years later, when the Lady Forster Kindergarten and the Albert Park College Childcare Centre were closed, and I ended up having to try and negotiate and reunite these two groups on the school that I was principal of. And again, huge angst, so I can understand the distress that these people are facing. I'm going to support the motion because until I can see a better alternative, I'm not sure what else council can do. But I do hope that over the consultation process we can come up with all sorts of options that will try and ameliorate some of the distress that the people who we're sitting with here tonight are feeling, and whether that's getting state and federal government support to enable the existing centres to continue, or whether it's to arrange to make sure that there's long-term placement for the staff who are concerned about their jobs, that there's appropriate pastoral care in moving children into another centre. I'm not quite sure what we'll do, but we need to listen very carefully to our community. I have some advice from our community, though, and I'm sitting here trying to make a judgment, and I'm awfully sympathetic to the cause you're making, but when people come and say that the council is negligent or the council officers are misleading the council, if you've got those concerns, these need to go to the local government authority and not just be tossed out at a council meeting. If they're true, they're really, really serious allegations and they need to be tested. But perhaps it's just emotion. If you want to make a case that's going to keep your centres, you need to stick very carefully to the facts and argue a strong factual case. And I know emotions are running strongly. I've lived through this in two separate cases, and I know people are reduced to tears. But to get the best outcome for your kids, you need to make sure that you're as factual as possible, and that you use every available source of information. I'll add one further thing. We've heard arguments about how smaller childcare centres are much better than larger childcare centres. Now, I'm on the board at Bubba Womanjeka, and I don't think the staff there, the parents there or the board there would agree with that particular statement. Having said that, over the consultation period, I think we need to try and do everything we can to try and see what we can do to best look after the families that are sitting here tonight and the other families at those three centres. And if, with the help of our state and federal government, we can do something to keep them in their current places, that would be an outstanding win for all of us. If that doesn't happen, we need to make sure that we deal with any transition in the best possible way to minimise any impact on families, children, community. But at the moment, I've got to support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
I'd like to propose an amendment, and I might need help to do it. Although we, CEO, you mentioned that we could put it in the election thing. I'd like to think it goes beyond just the election promises. So I was wondering if I could get an amendment that might include.
Do officers have the amendment? Okay, if you just read it slowly for us, Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, I don't have it. That's what. But my proposal would be that we could advocate to other levels of government.
Let's be precise in the wording.
And also, I wondered whether we could, not philanthropic money, but I wonder whether we just do a more open statement to advocate to other.
Councillor Crawford, if you're proposing an amendment, can you give me the...
No, I'm asking for advice with the sentence, Mayor.
So is it a clarifying question?
I'm clarifying. I want to propose the amendment.
Happy to adjourn for a moment. Let's adjourn for a moment and you can seek advice from officers. That's probably the best request, so let's do that. No worries. As in two amendments or just one with two parts? No worries. Okay. Can we turn the talk up just a little bit? There we go. All right, so let's suspend the adjournment and return to our meeting. Councillor Crawford, you have an amendment you'd like to put to Council. Let's go.
I'll read out these. So the first amendment would be... Oh, that's actually the second part. Sorry. Could we... Or is that other bit put at the end, Emily? Okay, so let's go with 3.6. We would add to the end of it, including ongoing dialogue and information sharing with the committees of management of the relevant childcare centres to identify any alternative viable options to sale. And then the other part to my amendment would be a new point, 3.10, request that officers advocate for the state and federal governments to fund works required for the three childcare centres to become compliant with current building standards, disability access requirements and other regulatory standards. And if because of heritage or other requirements the properties cannot be made compliant, then council advocate for state and federal government funding to purchase land and develop purpose-built childcare facilities.
Well done. Councillor Consola, do you wish to second? Yep, yes. No troubles at all. Councillor Crawford, please speak to your amendment.
We've heard And we heard actually of the last time with the childcare services very passionately from our community. And this is not, I just want to reassure you, a discussion about how much we value your services and what you do for the community. It's just it's a rock and a hard place. So hopefully these amendments will give you some reassurance that we will chase down even further rabbit holes, but a big part of it will be advocating to other levels of government. So I'm hoping that these two amendments, councillors, you will support so that we can broaden the scope if we were to adopt the recommendation to look at other avenues if possible.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Consolo.
I'd like to thank the residents and childcare staff that have contacted us on this issue and the powerful, moving speeches tonight. I'm sorry for the distress that this has brought about in the community. I appreciate all the work that the council officers have done on this difficult situation. I know this isn't an enjoyable topic for any of us. The naming of the item and formality of the processes leaves council looking maybe not so warm, but I know the council officers have considered the options, and I think these amendments strengthen that we're committed to listening to the community and further discussions to make sure that this is the right outcome and when we get to an outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Consolo. Anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Crawford, would you like to close? Just make sure Councillor Baxter's not. No. No, okay, let's put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour?
I did text you.
Pardon me. Did you? I didn't get it, Tim, but please go ahead.
I apologise for the breakdown in our system. Look, I just wanted to speak in favour of this. This really, I think, goes to the heart of what we're talking about when we're talking about consultation and engagement. Basically, what I've heard from members of the community tonight is that they don't believe that this engagement is a real engagement. They're really worried that this is a foregone conclusion and that this is all a fig leaf ahead of that. As much as I, want to reassure them that that's not the case and it never would be the case, I think this amendment really helps to show that we really are quite happy to look at all the different options. Genuinely quite happy to look at all the different options. We feel really constrained, but there may be things we haven't thought of. There may be avenues through advocacy. There may be all sorts of different things. So we want to use this consultation as an opportunity to do that. And I want to thank people for coming in and speaking. I hope there can be a little bit more trust in the process that the councillors are really trying to get the best outcome here. But hopefully this amendment can restore a little bit of that trust.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'll give you a right of reply against Councillor Crawford. If you wish to close again, no. Okay, let's put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour, declare that carried. Now that forms part of the substantive motion. Unanimously carried, I'll make the point. So we've had Councillor Martin speak. Who would like to speak to the substantive motion? Go ahead, Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo many of the good points that have been made by councillors tonight, and also to thank those from the community who've come to share their passionate views on this topic. Just reiterating, as has been said, that this is the start of a conversation, and also reiterating the commitment that Council has made in its Children's Services Policy to remain in childcare and to make sure that we have childcare facilities in our city that meet the needs of our community. That's a commitment that was made. This is, as Councillor Bond said very eloquently at the start, part of the discussion about how we do that, and we certainly do hope that there will be some innovative ideas that come out through this consultation, so please do engage with it, and we look forward to continuing that with our community.
Thanks, Councillor Copsey. Any further councillors wish to speak? Yep. Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to everyone coming tonight and online. I feel like crying. I actually have been sitting here holding back tears the entire conversation. We're actually not against you. We know how hard you all work and how damn great you are. But we're between a rock and a hard place right now, and we have to have that honest conversation with you. We're not quite sure how we deliver it otherwise. We have old buildings. We have lots of old buildings in this city that require upgrading, and we have, we have limited resources. So how do we do it all? How did we deliver everything that the community wants? But can I assure you that this is the start of the conversation and we want to hear from you. And we're happy to help find other ways if you can have those suggestions for us. We are very much on board with that. And I hope, as I said, the amendments now will reassure you. We have been talking about end-of-life buildings, as Councillor Bond said, for a very long time and the challenges that brings. The officers have made a recommendation, which we as Council will consider. There have been no decisions made, but we are, at this point, asking our community to have this really, really difficult conversation. And I hope there are solutions. I really do. But I just want to say, look, we feel just as sad and upset as you do. I know that lots of us have been receiving phone calls and emails that we haven't been able to respond to because we know how important this is. And it reminds me of why I love living in this area, that the fact that the community cares so much about these really important issues, about looking after our children, about creating community, about looking after women and parents. So I guess I'm just saying thank you, but please don't feel that we're actually against you. I literally... All of us have been very stressed since this has been coming to the table, and we will continue to be because these are the hard conversations and we're in a position where we have to make difficult decisions at times. So I just want to say we're open to the conversations. We are here to listen, and we are definitely here if there are great ideas out there that we can do differently. But I will be supporting this motion to go out to consultation as the first point, because if we don't all work together, we can't find those solutions, but we have to have the hard conversations to start.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Who else would like to speak to the substantive motion? I'll speak briefly. Firstly, to thank you all for coming this evening and those that you have joined us online. It's important that we listen to you sincerely and understand where you are feeling, heading, and the evidence you're also providing us through this consultation process. So thank you for everything you've given to us this evening, particularly your heartfelt submissions, which have been heard by councillors, I know, and will be weighed upon heavily as we move through the consultation process. We obviously understand how much these centres are loved, and thank you again for providing your views. There'll be further opportunities through this process to give feedback should this report recommendation be adopted this evening. The centres obviously need to be compliant and accommodate for all children in the city regardless of ability or disability, and hopefully Councillor Crawford's amendment to the motion provides another avenue for us to potentially to do that also, if that's at all possible. Obviously this is a complex subject, and there's a number of challenges involved in terms of upgrading the buildings, but we're looking forward to entering through the consultation process. And I promise, and all councillors I think promise, that we'll listen sincerely and seriously in terms of the consultation that you're going to provide us through this process should this motion pass this evening. Councillors, anybody else wish to speak? I'll now move to Councillor Bond to close, should you wish to do so. Right, councillors, I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you all for coming this evening. We appreciate it. I'll now move to item 9.1. Feel free to just take a moment for you to leave.
Quick point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. Someone raise a point of order? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead, Councillor Baxter.
It's the phantom behind your shoulder. I apologise. I am cutting a little bit in and out, but did we we have a vote on the amendment and the substantive?
We did, Councillor Baxter. Yeah, it was unanimous. Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay, and that's all right. It's just it was a bit choppy, and I wanted to make sure that we had done everything we needed to do.
No, can you hear us clearly at the moment, or?
Yeah, sound is good. It's the visual.
It's yep, okay. They're blaming your internet.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, now let's move to item 9.1, which is transition plan for Friends of Suai, and I thank the people in the gallery that are still here in support of the to see the decision on this item here and thanking them for their patience in terms of being able to move the agenda around. Councillors, questions on item 9.1? Councillor Baxter, do you have any questions?
No questions, but I'll speak to the
No problem. There being no questions, councillors, do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation or something different? Councillor Martin, go ahead, and Councillor Crawford the second. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Baxter. Councillor Martin just got in ahead of you. Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
I'll leave most of this to Councillor Baxter. When I came on council, I did say in one of my first meetings that I wasn't sure that the Friends of Suai was true core business for council, and that I had some concerns as to whether council should be putting money into this. Over the last 12 months, I've learnt so much, and I think that the group does an amazing job. And I still believe that over a period of time, it would be best if we could transition council's role to more of a support role rather than a financial role. But we need to do this very, very carefully to enable the magnificent work that this committee does to continue, and I think this motion will allow them to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Crawford.
Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to the committee and the Friends of Suai for their long commitment to working with those fabulous people in Suai. And I have to say this is another decision that makes me just want to cry. It's not a good night. I just want to cry. I know that it may not be exactly what you want, but we are really committed to working, well, I am, and I guess I would speak hopefully for councillors committed to working with you to find those extra funds and continue the friendship, perhaps not in the way originally intended. But so I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work and the huge community you created within our community around that friendship. I know that there are great things to still be done between our two cities and through the friendship. But again, I'm sorry that we've got to this point, but I'm very committed to having the 5-year transition.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Baxter, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. When I joined council, I had a look at all the different community groups that we interact with. Some of whom that we interact with by having a councillor delegate, others simply through funding, and some, just sort of even incidental. And I was always struck by the fact that the Friends of Suai has always been one of the most dynamic, active, good-natured and competent community groups, even though it's a council program, you know what I mean, that I've come across, and that's still the case. And I think that the value that has brought to our community with Suai has been immeasurable. I think that competence, that ability, that drive, and the ability to make strong and sensible decisions has even extended to this group working with us to, organise their own transition, which is incredibly hard. And look, in my view, unnecessary, but obviously the council has made the decision to do that. But this, I think, gives us a really good chance of making sure that we can maintain that valuable friendship rather than cutting it off at the knees. I have full faith in this committee and this group to be able to work with us as we need to be, worked with. To work with them to find other forms of income, other ways of partnership that can be enriching to everyone involved. So I want to congratulate and commiserate on the work that the committee has done here. You really are amazing, and well done. And let's make the best of it from here to get the best value for our community, for the community in Suai Covalima, and for the partnership between them.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Baxter. Just before we move forward, there's been a small error that's been brought up with officers, and I'll ask the mover and seconder whether or not they're willing to agree to a small edit under 3.4. you see on the screen in red here, to 0.4 FTE for the year 2024-2025 year, rather. That should have read 23-24, so...
25-26.
Oh, you got it around the wrong way. Did you have 23-24 there before? Okay. So, pardon me. Let's start again. So, I'm asking the mover and seconder, so Councillor Martin and Councillor Crawford, to adjust as we see it on the screen under item 3.4, the last point from 0.2 FTE for the year 24-25 should read 25-26 year. Do you accept the change?
Fine with me.
Yeah, thank you. That's the substantive motion. Anybody else wish to speak to the item? Councillor Consola, go ahead.
I'd also like to thank the committee and all the supporters in our community, as well as show my appreciation for all that has happened in the last 20 plus years. It is a great program, and I'm really proud that we have done this. It's interesting to compare what our council's doing versus other councils and other friendship groups, and we are well invested in this. So I feel it is right to reduce this, but at the right pace. It's very important to make sure that we don't take it to a point that it all falls over, because that's not the intent. But we do need to address this, and I think we need to celebrate this friendship more among the community. We need to ensure that it's the new members, the new recent arrivals, even in the last 20 years, know about this program and want to support it. So we'll see it more at a sausage sizzle at Bunnings and all these smaller within our daily lives, rather than at budget time when it gets brought up. It's very important, and I want to help on that as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Consolo. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I've met with some of the Friends of Suai committee, Bill and Michael, and I very much appreciated the conversation, and as we discussed it, it's a great program. However, you've seen tonight the pressures on council budgets and council spending, and that there's many areas of the community that are very passionate about what they feel council should spend a finite amount of money, I should say. So, and waste is another one that's obviously looming and has been discussed in these chambers. So, as the speakers did say tonight, this is a council program, and as such, this program is accountable to the council budget and the council process and budget pressures. And no matter how great the work is, it has to be considered in conjunction with everything else the council has to spend money on. In order of priorities, from what the council needs to fund, community building in foreign countries is not something that I believe we should or can prioritise. I do appreciate the impact on the Friends of Suai committee. However, in my deliberations, the ratepayers of the City of Port Phillip need to come first, and for those reasons I will not be supporting this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. No further speakers. I'll now ask the mover of the motion, Councillor Martin, to close if you wish.
Firstly, it's a pity Councillor Baxter's not physically present in the chamber, because I know Councillor Baxter would have preferred to have moved this motion and spoken to it himself, and I acknowledge the work that you've done, Councillor Baxter, with the committee. And all the other speakers have alluded to the magnificent work that the committee have done. Some of them are here. And even though this motion is going to see Council's formal financial contribution being phased out, I can certainly guarantee that if this motion is successful, you need to get on to me, and I will do everything I can to help you find other sources of funding over the next few years so that this program can get bigger and better, and certainly not disappear and never be heard of again, because it's an amazing program. We need to make sure that we maintain it in some form or another.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Now put that motion to your considerations. All those in favour? All those against? That is carried. No? Okay, let's move to the next item, which is item 9.2, which is the LGBTIQA Plus Advisory Committee. Councillors, questions on this motion, this item rather? There being none, who would like to move I'm going to put Councillor Baxter there. Councillor... No, I just made sure he's in front of me in case he wanted to move it, so it's fair game. Councillor Copsey to move. Councillor Martin the second. Go ahead, Councillor Copsey. Just a note, the names will be, if not already, should be on the screen for you as part of the motion.
And let me know if they need to be read out or anything, but I'm hoping that they'll be added in by the governance team.
Do they need to be read? They weren't in the agenda, so do they need to be read?
Excellent, there they are.
They'll be in the minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Well, this is it's been a tough night, but there are some very wonderful moments tonight as well. And this is going to be a really fantastic inaugural LGBTIQA+ advisory committee for the City of Port Phillip. I'm very proud that we are getting to this moment where the committee will come into being and start getting on with the very important work that Council needs to do to continue its leadership in relation to equality, diversity and inclusion. We've got such a proud history in relation to rainbow rights in the City of Port Phillip, but there's always more that we can do to continue to exercise that and to also make sure that the City of Port Phillip continues to be known and puts the work in to be known as a place where LGBTI rights and culture are celebrated, and where we keep doing the work to make sure that there is a home in our city. So it's been my pleasure to sit on the panel for the selection of these committee members. I can say from that experience that we were absolutely overwhelmed with talent, and we could have, I think, filled the committee twice over with the amazing applicants that we got. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome these inaugural committee members, and I very much look forward to the committee getting on with its work in developing the first thing coming from the Rainbow Tick accreditation motion that Council passed some time ago will be our first Rainbow Tick accreditation. No, that's okay. Sorry, I'm wondering. And progressing an action plan for inclusion on this topic. So I can't wait to get started. Thank you very much to everybody who applied. I can't stress again the calibre of the applications we received, and we're thrilled to be welcoming the new members of our committee.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak?
Just echo everything that Councillor Copsey has just said. They were an amazing group of people. I'm fortunate enough to be a member of the Older Person Advisory Committee, which is a brilliant committee. I think this committee is going to be at least as influential. They are amazing people, and I think some of the most satisfactory hours I've spent on this council with working with Councillor Copsey and the interview process. It's going to be fantastic.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Councillor Deputy Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm really pleased that we're coming along with this. This is all rolling on from the really good work that we did in implementing the recommendations of the Rainbow Local Government Pledge that not every councillor, but that certain councillors took ahead of the election and have now come back. So it's really good to see us, knocking those over one by one and getting that really important work done. I have met or in one case know reasonably well a few people on this list, and they are of an extremely high calibre. I would hazard to say that several of these people would make better councillors than myself. But these are exactly the kind of people that we want in a position to advise us, and their rich advice and knowledge is going to be.
Thanks, Councillor Baxter. Any further councillors wish to speak to the item? I'll go to Councillor Crawford. Go ahead.
I'm just really excited that we're adding this new committee to our plethora of excellent advisory committees, and I look forward to meeting the members I do not know.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Copsey, would you like to close? No, I'll now put that for your consideration to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. I'll now change the agenda, if that's okay, councillors, to move item 10.2 up, because we've got some people in the gallery, obviously, that are waiting for that item to be considered. So move now to item 10.2, which is Elwood foreshore, looking to the future, site plan for community consultation. Councillors, questions on this item? Councillor Clark? No, Councillor Crawford, rather.
I had a question. I know that we haven't sort of mentioned timelines, but obviously the Elwood foreshore is a long-term project. With the tennis courts, if they were to resurface soon, is that likely to be a stage in 10 years, 5 years? I guess I was trying to give some certainty before they underwent resurfacing. If there's any clarity, please.
Through you, Mayor. I'll get Mr Savinkov to add to this, but I think we're reviewing the time at the moment. The most urgent components are around some of the buildings on the foreshore. And some of the condition of those buildings need to be addressed quickly before we again have to close those buildings and lose the functionality. So that probably is the focus for stage one. We did have a look at options around some of the broader public space and some of those sporting facilities. I'll have to get Mr Savinkov to check the timing of that at the moment, but I didn't think that would be for a little while. But we'll need to review that.
Could I ask a follow-up? Would it be possible for us to liaise with the tennis club to have further conversations around that timing? Thank you.
Yeah, that's through you, Mayor. Again, this is the start of that deeper consultation process. Hard to do that in a piecemeal way while we're developing a design to consult on, given there are so many stakeholders. So again, we're not trying to hold back from consultation. We're just trying to do that in an orderly way, and now's the time to do that. And we definitely will have deep engagement.
Thanks, Mr Carroll. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to request clarification on some comments were made by the speakers tonight regarding the underutilisation of the croquet club, and I was just wondering where that information came from.
Mr Carroll.
Through you, Mayor, I guess part of it is the club has got a very low membership rate. As mentioned, there were some other ancillary events that the club does hold. Again, I'll refer to Mr Savinkov, who's been leading this piece of work about the broader. If he's on, if he's not, then I'll report back. I'll take it on notice and report back.
Thanks, Mr Carroll.
I'm sorry, I lost audio, so I missed the original questions.
Councillor Clark.
I just wondered where the information came regarding the reference to the croquet club and the underutilisation of the...
Sorry, that's cut out for me again.
One more try.
I was just wondering where the information came from regarding the croquet club that referenced the underutilisation of the facility in the report, please.
I got it third time lucky. Through you, Mayor, and thanks for the question, Councillor. Our understanding of how the buildings at the foreshore are used comes largely from information we get from the tenants. If our understanding's wrong, we're happy to be corrected and look forward to further discussions with that particular club and all the other clubs there.
And also, one of the speakers tonight from the sailing club spoke about the lack of ability to store the boats, and that impacts their membership. Is that something we have considered so far, or is that something we would need to take into consideration as part of the consultation going forward?
That's certainly something we've heard loud and clear through the initial discussions we've had to date with that club, and also a couple other users of the site, clubs on the site that also have boat storage facilities, have boat storage requirements. It's something that's been considered as part of preparing this site plan, so there is additional boat storage space allocated within the boating part of the site, and it's something that we'll be very mindful of as we go into potential subsequent stages of detailed design.
Go ahead.
Sorry, and last one. The other one was raised by the Scouts and the sharing, or what appears to be the sharing of a hall with the Angle Club, perhaps on the face of it two very different clubs, and the question around how the sharing of that proposed facility might impact their ability to perform the Scouts' work, for the want of a better word. Has that been considered as part of proposing a shared facility?
Through you, Mayor, there's certainly no intention to displace any club. And to be clear, there is a dedicated area reserved in the concept as part of that new boating building area, specifically reserved for the Scouts. So it is that building or building complex, to be more. It has dedicated areas, but also some shared areas.
Councillor Clark? No, that's it. Someone else have a question? Councillor Crawford?
I just wanted, I guess the challenge is, are we looking at all spaces that we build that they have to be multi-purpose, that standalone clubs is not always feasible? Is that something that we are generally considering, not just in the Elwood plan, but more broadly?
Councillor, Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, it has been something that we are looking at more often, how we increase the utilisation and the value from the investment that we're making in these facilities by having shared uses. It means that we can invest in better facilities overall. It justifies a larger level of investment that we need to make. But in this particular case, we are also constrained by the site and wanting to maximise the amount of public space and the significant cost that goes into actually this overall plan, which is around $50 million.
Further questions? Councillor Bond.
Councillor Clark may have asked many of them, but my questions were going to be around the function of building area A. And if you look at the map, there's no mention of the Scouts in there, but that's not a deliberate omission. We envisage that all the clubs that currently exist there will still maintain in that area, and exactly how that building space gets allocated and how much and the functionality and all that is still yet to be decided for not just the Scouts but also the Sailing Club, who I think earlier on tonight said that it looks like they're going to lose half of their function space or upstairs space based on what we've put out for consultation.
Mr. Carroll.
I'll refer that to Anthony Savinkoff.
Okay, Mr. Savinkoff.
For more detail.
Did you get the question?
I got part of it, so I'll have a crack, and if I've missed anything...
Please, thank you.
Yeah. So as just to echo Mr. Carroll's earlier comment, we are trying to encourage smarter use of some space. There are some commonalities between what some of the clubs do and what their needs are in a building. So, for instance, in that cluster of buildings that's proposed, there doesn't necessarily need to be. There's 3 pavilions, but there doesn't necessarily need to be 3 lifts. So we could share a lift. We can share some other. We're proposing to share some other space that is common to all the users. That said, though, we have heard and we do recognise that some uses don't go well. They don't mix well, and therefore certain clubs need their own quite distinct exclusive areas, and we'll be keen to be working with them to understand their needs in detail and working with them through design when we get to that stage. At this stage, we're really very high level, and that's by intention. What we have before you today is really a siting plan rather than a detailed master plan. But we're really keen to get feedback at this early stage. That'll be really important input to any further stage work that we do.
Thanks, Mr. Sarinkoff. Councillor Sirikoff, do you have a question? You're looking at me intensely, that's all. No problem. Is there a mover for the officer's recommendation or something else? Councillor Copsey got there first and then Councillor Bond the second. Thank you.
I'll just reserve.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'm quite excited by these plans. Elwood foreshore's quite an area where I know when I first got on council, I got bailed up by the Lifesaving Club down there saying, our facilities are outdated, we've outgrown them, we need new ones. But unfortunately, there were a number of other clubs ahead of them on the list. So we did South Melbourne and St Kilda, but I think Elwood was possibly next on the list, and we're finally getting to the point where we can start talking about a new facilities down at Elwood for the Lifesaving Club, but also many of the other clubs down there. I find parts of the Elwood foreshore to be congested and underutilised with these massive car parks that are difficult to navigate because I think all the traffic treatments that have been put in over the years to try and prevent the hooning that used to happen in those car parks 15 or 20 years ago, it's sort of made it a difficult place to traverse. And I think as a general precinct, we can certainly do much better for it and make it much more welcoming for all the people that go down there and use it. So I'm looking forward to this. There's lots of things I would like to see in here, such as a dedicated space for triathlons, because of the number of triathlons that are held in this particular area, and I guess a multi-function transition area where the athletes can get in and out of the water, get on and off their bikes, and do all that sort of thing in this area. That's as we go through this consultation process, they're the sort of things that I'd be like to see, and ideas how we can make that happen along here. But I'm very much looking forward to this. It's going to cost council a lot of money, which is why this is one of our election advocacy items, is to try and get money out of our state and federal MPs to realise many of the plans that we're putting out for consultation here tonight. So I thank the officers for their work on this. I know it's taken many hours to come up with this, and many officers. So look forward to getting some feedback from the community on these plans.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Who else would like to speak to the motion? Okay. Councillor Clark, sorry, pardon me.
Thanks, Mayor.
Pleasure.
I think this is really exciting, and already we've received consultation, which is great, and I think this is a genuine consultation with a draft plan to deliberately seek feedback and make sure we get it all right. I think it is a huge challenge with the sort of finite land. It looks like a lot of land, but it isn't, to fit in all the sporting clubs, all of the uses, and making sure we build for the future with, female change rooms, female sports and things like that. I'm not sure about marathon and triathlon hubs and whether they can be fitted in, which might be unfortunate. I look forward to, as a ward councillor, genuine consultation and hearing from all the clubs as to what their needs are, and then I guess we as councillors will have another challenge in terms of how do we attempt to fit it all in for everyone, which I'm sure is going to be no small feat. And as I've said, and I think, this is a very large investment by the City of Port Phillip. It's great to be able to commence it, and I think, this is going to take a number of years to work through it, so the phasing and that is going to be important as well as part of the consultation. So I look forward to those discussions commencing.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Deputy Mayor?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. This one is a really special project to be able to embark on. I try to think of other areas of the city that sort of encompass both sort of a parkland character with sporting fields and foreshore, and sort of a hospitality offering. And I can't really think of any place that's particularly like it anywhere near here. I suppose the closest thing would be St Kilda and Catani Gardens, but it doesn't have so much the sporting stuff. But it's a pretty special place, and it works together in a really great way that people love. So I think one of the things that people were really, wanted to make clear to us when we were doing early consultation on this is don't change it too much. It really is wonderful the way it all works together. So we really I like this site plan because I think it builds on what's there and improves on it and takes some of the things that aren't working quite well and changes them as needed. But it doesn't radically change what is actually really good about that area. And so I'm really excited to get moving on this. It's in there in my campaign commitments at the last election. So I better be happy that we're moving on it. But it's definitely something that we can all be proud of at the end of this. That we can take such a really special place and make it even better, particularly for not just people that use it on a day-to-day, that are broader members of the community, but the clubs and other users there that I've been fortunate enough to build a strong relationship with over my years on council. So very excited, let's get cracking.
Any further councillors wish to speak to the item? Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
Just very quickly, it's kind of like a lot of what we're talking about in childcare, some great assets but need upgrading or improving, and with the challenge of sea level rise and all of those things. So although there's great opportunity, I know that change is also really scary, and it may not be ideal, but we want to maintain what is great about the Elwood foreshore area and make it better in places in terms of the facilities and accessibility and what we provide. But yes, very much looking forward to the feedback that, and this is another starting point in the consultation, and it will be interesting to see where we end up.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Copsey, would you like to close?
No, it's all been said.
Thank you. Put that motion to you for the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Now, loop back to item... And thank you for coming this evening and hanging around for us. We really appreciate it and the service you give to our community. Thank you. Item 9.3, Quick Response Grants Program. Councillors, any questions? I'm looking for a mover and a seconder if possible. Councillor Crawford the move, Councillor Sirikoff the second. Hand over to you, Councillor Crawford.
I just want to say this is replacing the neighbourhood grants, and it's really important to have small streams of money to help out our community individually and as groups for things that move out of the cycle. So hopefully this will provide some of those things that haven't been going for the last year or so. Very happy to commend this.
Okay, and we note also just that quickly the names are up there in front of us and we don't need to read those out.
And then we're also noting that it will be the Mayor and Councillor Consolo joining that program or the panel.
Thank you. Councillor Sirikoff, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a great initiative, and the way that it's been structured to hand out those emergency types of amounts of money that people across the council may need. So it's basically a great initiative for by the council to its residents.
Thanks, Councillor Sirikoff. Any further items on this? No? Okay. Councillor Crawford, do you wish to close? Put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Move now to item 9.6, update on Kerferd Road safety improvement trials. Councillors, your questions? Councillor Sirikoff? Let's wait for you to finish dinner. No troubles? That's right, just put the mic on, there we go.
Thank you. Sorry, was this the...
Kerferd Road, we're up to item 9.6.
No.
Okay.
No.
Looking for a mover for the officer's recommendation, Councillor Copsey, and a second to Councillor Crawford. Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. There's been a trial on Kerferd Road in relation to traffic changes to remedy what is a black stretch of road with a number of incidents and crashes recorded there over the past several years. That trial is now concluded, and we are accepting tonight the evaluation findings and also looking to the future and applying those findings into an advocacy position regarding turning into Herbert and Montague. I think I've got that right. So I won't speak too much to it. We're having a long night, but the purpose of this and the purpose of our changes on Kerferd Road, it's important to note, has always been around safety. It's not an acceptable condition at the moment with the history of crashes and incidents there, and I know that I've spoken to parents with young children in that area who have had really quite distressing incidents where they've been trying to cross what is a very wide road. It's not very pedestrian friendly at present, with vehicles travelling at speed, and also because of the construction of this intersection in the past, trying to dash across Kerferd Road to beat traffic that's coming up Kerferd Road. So it creates a pretty unsafe situation there at the moment. And we will be continuing some advocacy to look to what the long-term outcome on Kerferd Road is into the future. So that's where we're at with this project.
Thanks, Councillor Copsey. Councillor Crawford? No? Any other councillor wish to speak to the item? Councillor Sirikoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on the right page now. Thanks. I found it was an interesting read of the results to this road closure trial. It was also not surprising that the closure of the median to the cars resulted in deterring rat running, which is a good thing, but it was not such a surprise given that we've closed off both Montague and Herbert streets. However, the report did show that there were some flow-on effects to neighbouring streets, notably Hambleton Street, which experienced increased weekday car traffic during this trial. Also, from the aerial photographs in the report and from my own personal observation at this intersection, we can see that this area has been neglected when it comes to clear signage and appropriate barriers to address the area to make it safer. In my opinion, to regain some balance of traffic movement for residents in this area, I hope that the Council's submission to the Department of Transport to reinstate right-hand turns at this Kerferd Road intersection is successful.
Thank you, Councillor Sirikoff. No further speakers to the item, therefore I ask Councillor Copsey to close.
Thank you. You just reminded me, and I feel I should acknowledge that I've received a solitary piece of correspondence in relation to this item tonight, and it was actually a person who was urging me not to support the advocacy around the right turns because they prefer the safety outcome that's been achieved through the median closure. I guess what I wanted to acknowledge is that we've seen through this that there are differing views in the community on the outcome, the ultimate outcome for Kerferd Road, and just to reiterate that Council is looking for an outcome here that gives us a material improvement into people's safety. But I also hope that we'll eventually see something that takes up the opportunity we have. Kerferd Road's actually a beautiful, long, wide boulevard with significant potential to be improved in terms of amenity and enjoyment, as well as just being a place where we drive and run across and get through as quickly as possible. So thank you very much for all the community members who did engage in the feedback. I know this will be one of those situations where we don't please everyone, but let's councillors keep in mind overall our drive to improve safety on this stretch of road, as well as make it more enjoyable to travel.
Thanks, Councillor Copsey. Now put that motion to you. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Move to item 13.2, Procurement Policy. Councillors, any questions from officers? Have I jumped ahead or something? Yep. Any questions on... sorry. No, we're all good? Yep. Item 13.2, any questions? Would anyone like to move the officer's record or an alternate? Councillor Martin, moving an alternate recommendation. Go ahead.
Do I need to read it out, Mayor?
Yeah, you do. Yes, please.
We'll just wait till it's on the screen then. Start. Okay, I've got a copy. Okay, so the alt-rec alters section 3.3, so which would now read, adopts the updated procurement policy version 6.0 as attached to this report And then the change is subject to the following amendments being incorporated. A, clause 7.1, after CSR, insert the words will be incorporated into Council's procurement and contract management standard procedures and. Then in B, clause 7.7, delete the total contract value of $500,000 and replace it with total contract value of $300,000. C, clause 7.7, delete and after the words tender specifications and replace with just the dot points with the inverted commas there. And last, clause 7.7, insert a new paragraph with the words from the words all advertised tenders will include. So then in 3.4, where it talks about make publicly available Council procurement management procedures, in brackets PCMS procedures to be added. In 3.6, the new 3.6 is incorporate corporate social responsibility as a mandatory weighted evaluation criterion for public tenders and expressions of interest in its updated PCMS procedures. So that's the alt-rec.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Baxter is willing to second that. I'll ask you to speak to your motion.
Like I do with all of our policies, I read through this policy and it seemed to be a very good policy, very common sense, allowing council to make sensible decisions about all procurements, with making sure that all probity was followed. And then I had a phone call from a former councillor who pointed out to me that there was a very small anomaly, and the anomaly was that where we've got a figure of $300,000 for, if I get my piece of paper, I've written all my notes down, $300,000 for things to go to public tender. The ceiling for including corporate social responsibility was $500,000. So, and it was suggested it would make common sense to line those up, and then we've been approached by some other people also making the same point. I think it's an excellent point. If we're going to have a 300k barrier for starting public tenders, we should have the same for corporate social responsibility. We've checked with council officers. If someone's able to tender for something that's worth 300k or more, they should be expected to have CSR as well. So I think it's an excellent, very minor amendment to an excellent policy.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Councillor Baxter, Deputy Mayor Baxter, would you like to speak?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, there's many ways for a council to affect positive change in the community and in the wider world, and one of them is through the sheer purchasing power of a council. We're a large council with a large budget, and we need to get a lot of things done for our community, and we need to contract with organisations and businesses to do that. We need to procure things, and what we can do is we can use our dollars that we hold in stewardship for the community and use that wisely, but also to make sure that we get positive outcomes through the very procurement itself. And so this is a fantastic policy that can help us make sure that the businesses and organisations that we're dealing with are doing good for the world, and that we through our purchasing power can affect that good as well. The changes that Councillor Martin has made here, I think, strengthen the policy without taking anything away from it. So I'm very happy to support.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Baxter. Councillor Sirikoff, you wish to speak to the item?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, with the amendment by Councillor Martin, is there an opportunity to ask a question?
Are you asking a clarifying question? You can answer a clarifying question.
Clarifying question. Yeah, so the clarifying question is that Councillor Martin mentions this is an anomaly. I'm just wondering if the council officers, what reason then would councillors' officers have first put the amount of $500,000 such that, was it an error or was it an intention for the $500,000? I'm just trying to understand that, and if it can be clarified, please.
Thanks, Councillor Sirikoff. Mr. Carroll, can you help us out here?
Through you, Mayor, it wasn't an anomaly. It had been a specific practice that we'd adopted previously when we introduced corporate social responsibility into our policy. The threshold previously was $150,000 in terms of public tendering, and the requirements that we had around corporate social responsibility were set at around $500,000 because the additional effort and required from the organisation and the additional requirements of organisations in participating in those processes. But the officers have considered the feedback from PCAN that we received this afternoon, and Lachlan and the team have decided and they've looked at the number of potential tenders between the $300,000 and $500,000 bracket, and they think it's manageable. So happy to support it.
Thanks, Mr. Carroll. And Lachlan, I probably should have referred to you. Anything to add? Sorry about that. Satisfied with the clarifying question, Councillor Sirikoff? Okay. Who else would like to speak to the item? Councillor Copsey, go ahead.
Well, just briefly, procurement policy is actually really, really important for the function of our council and our governance, so it's a really important policy to have up to date, and I want to thank the officers for all of the work that they have done in bringing us up to the best standard that we can be at this time. I'm also really personally pleased to see the uplift in our corporate social responsibility that comes with this review of the procurement policy. It was already strong. So thank you very much to the officers for looking into that and understanding the impact that council can have with its purchasing power can't be understated in terms of the encouragement that we can provide for responsible provision of services to our community that also can drive change. So good examples are if council has high standards around corporate social responsibility, because we're a big purchaser and because councils across Victoria are a big purchaser, that can have incredible flow-on effect and actually raise standards across the state. So I'm really pleased to see that we're making use of that. I'm also very thankful to not only the community group, who have sent through some very sensible amendments that I'm pleased to see being put forward tonight. Thank you, Councillor Martin and Councillor Baxter. But also to the team for assessing those and responding quickly to help councillors understand if that was something that we could incorporate quickly and efficiently. So I'm really pleased to see this update. I think it makes a big difference. It's part of an example of council taking its commitment to climate action seriously, and the way that commitment isn't just happening in our sustainability team and programs, but it actually being embedded throughout our entire organisation, which I know is a passion that's shared by our officers and our council. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Copsey. Who else would like to speak to the item? No? Councillor Martin, would you like to close? No, I'll put that motion to your vote. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's carried.
Could I request a division, please?
Who's that? Councillor Copsey? Yep, put that motion to you under division. All those in favour? Councillors Sirikoff, Copsey, Consolo, Baxter, Pearl, Martin, Crawford. Those against? Bond and Clark. That motion is carried. Move now to item 13.3, which is the award. Oh, Lachlan's got no, there it is. Award of contract of panel suppliers, general civil works and asphalting services. Go ahead, Councillor Crawford.
I'll just declare that I have an interest in this, and I'll remove myself for the debate.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Great. Councillors, I'll hand over to you for questions of the officers. Go ahead, Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 16th of June council meeting, council approved a 7-year contract with Fulton Hogan at an estimated expenditure of $29.2 million to maintain roads, paths and other civil infrastructure across the city. Plus there are other maintenance works that was also included in that contract. My question for tonight is, can council clarify the difference in works between the June 2021 Fulton Hogan contract and the recommendation before us to spend a further $29.5 million for general works and $26.5 million on asphalting over the next 8 years, please? Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Sirikoff, thank you for your question. The contract that Council considered in the middle of this year was for the maintenance of civil infrastructure, so it includes things like your preventative and reactive maintenance, so things like crack sealing the road, things like grinding the footpaths to address trip hazards, filling in small potholes, updating parking signs, those kind of relatively ongoing operational kind of civil maintenance infrastructure activities. The contract two contracts that Council is considering tonight relate to works. So we're talking about things like major footpath renewals, so if sections of footpath are being removed and replaced, upgrading roads, asphalting, resurfacing of roads, so much larger scale works. We're looking to establish the two separate panels to give Council the ability and flexibility to be able to deliver the portfolio of works. In terms of the quantum that's being spoken about in the report for each of the contracts, what Council's considering tonight is a schedule of rates to be able to deliver those works. In terms of the specific projects and things that will be delivered through this contract, that will be part of the annual budget process that Council will consider when developing its portfolio of projects.
Thanks, Mr Johnson. Any further questions? Okay, we've got I'm happy to move the officers alt-rec, so just to add 3.6 affixes to the common seal of the City of Port Phillip City Council to the contracts noted in points 3.1, 3.2 and 3.4 above. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Martin. I don't wish to speak to the item. Councillor Martin, do you wish to speak?
Very quickly. We've just talked about the procurement policy and all the due diligence that needs to be followed. For those people out there who've read through the document, you'll see the Council's followed full due diligence in assessing the tenderers here. Perfect example of how a procurement policy should work. We should pass this motion.
Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? I don't wish to close. I'll put that motion to you for your vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Could we get Councillor Crawford back in the chamber, please? Welcome back, Councillor Crawford. Councillors, let's move now to item 13.6, City of Port Phillip election commitments. Question... No, hang on, let me pull my thing out. As councillors have declared an interest in one of the advocacy line items, officers have reprinted this recommendation in two parts to enable those councillors to exit the chamber for consideration of the item for which they have a conflict and return to for consideration of the remaining advocacy items. So part one, Councillors Copsey and Baxter, you might wish to make a declaration.
Thank you. In relation to part one, I'll declare a conflict of interest, having received a campaign donation from a person associated with this entity, and I will remove myself from the chamber.
And Councillor Baxter, it's fine if you just turn your camera off on mute, but if you'd like to make a declaration.
I'll make the declaration as well, but I have the same conflict of interest due to a campaign donation made some time ago by a person associated with the organisation.
Great. If you just turn your camera off and the CEO will text you when to return.
I think the staff are going to remove me. I've just got a message that they'll
the CEO will text you when you're ready to come back. All right, councillors, any questions on 3.1 of this part one of the item? No, looking for a mover. Councillor Bond. Looking for a seconder is Councillor Crawford. Councillor Bond. Councillor Crawford. No. Okay, put that motion to you. Councillors, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously, and ask for Councillor Baxter and Councillor Copsey to return to the chamber. Welcome back, Councillor Baxter. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, just checking that I'm all good.
No worries. Welcome back. So we'll now consider part 2 of that motion. Any questions, councillors of officers? There being none, I ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Copsey and Councillor Bond. Councillor Copsey, you wish to speak to this motion?
I'll just briefly say that this is an important time for our city to seek partnership and input from...
Just should note, it's a small alt-rec. There's 2 words in red there also. It's just a note for good order. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. No, that's
Go ahead.
fine, and I'm fine with that small change. It's an important time for our city. There's so much happening in our city, and I think tonight's meeting is a very good example of that. So council is always looking to partner to deliver outcomes for our community. This is a thorough list of things that we would like to work with the state and federal governments on in coming years for our city, and with 2 elections coming up, it's an excellent opportunity for us to engage with local representatives and candidates in order to see if we can secure as many of these outcomes as possible for our city. And we look forward to the discussions that will ensue and hope that this is a very successful advocacy year for the City of Port Phillip. Thanks,
Councillor Copsey. Councillor Bond? No? Any other councillors wish to speak to the item? Councillor Copsey, you wish to close. Put the item to you. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Councillors, I now seek a mover for a motion that the remaining items be moved en bloc, and those being 9.4, 9.5, 10.1, 10.3, 12.1, 13.4 and 13.5. Councillor Bond to move, Councillor Copsey to second. Do you wish to speak? I presume you don't wish to speak. No speakers. And now put that motion to you. All those in favour? Those items have been carried unanimously. Yeah, it is, but you can still speak to it if you want to.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify that was a procedural motion. We'll now
good
vote
question.
en bloc. It's just been done.
No.
Thank you.
No, you don't need one. It's a good clarification, though. Thank you for that. Councillors, that concludes the previous... Sorry, go on. No. We now move to item 14, which is notices of motion. Councillors, we have 1 notice of motion tonight. Item 14.1 is a notice of motion raised by Councillor Clark in relation to community safety. Do councillors have any questions of the officers or, frankly, Councillor Clark in regards to the proposed notice of motion? Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
I was wondering if officers have actually had any conversations with the police to directly what they need. Is it... do we have any information? Have we consulted with the police?
CEO, could you help us out with that?
Through you, Mayor. We have ongoing conversations with the police. Mr. Trail's here. He might assist in terms of police resources. We know police resources have been stretched through the pandemic, but there was a recent announcement of some additional resources around summer, but I think this motion's about through the year. Mr. Trail, can you assist? Do the police need more resources, I think is the question. Have we had conversations to that effect?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, we have conversations weekly about resources for operation plans over the week. There is a weekly catch-up between officers and the local inspector where we talk about a range of issues, and this resolution will be discussed at the next meeting between them.
Follow-up, please. Have they actually asked us to undertake this task? Have they expressed an interest in us writing to anyone for extra resources?
Through you, Mayor, not to my knowledge.
Mr. Trail, would you like to add to that? No. Sorry, I thought you were about to say something. Any further questions? Councillor Crawford, go ahead.
Are we not, as you said, CEO, currently constantly in conversation with the police and around what's needed with our local laws and adjusting for our summer management plan? Is that what we already do?
Through you, Mayor, we have regular meetings with the police. That's part of our partnership with them, not just in summer but throughout the year. We also talk regularly to traders and businesses, and we're currently working with them on to see if there are additional actions needed on the foreshore, in particular, as a result of some recent incidents down there. Mr. Trail, would you like to add through the Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Trail.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we also have...
Madam Mayor?
Sorry. Thank you. Apologies, Mayor. I'm surprised I didn't do that last week. Through you, Mr Mayor. Officers also have the ability to invite the inspector to a briefing, which we do biannually on schedule.
Thanks. All right, Councillor Clark, it's your discretion if you wish to read your notice of motion. It's in the agenda, so there's no requirement to do so. So you're moving the notice, obviously. I'll now look for a seconder. Councillor Sirikoff is second. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's been in the papers. I would like to acknowledge Councillor Consolo's additions to the motion.
Now, are you moving the motion that is in the agenda, or are you moving it?
Oh, okay.
So there's an
Sorry.
amendment that potentially is proposed by Councillor Consolo.
Sorry, I thought that had been
But
changed
we just
already.
allow the mover and the seconder to talk, and then the movement can be moved.
Okay. So in terms of the motion, I would like to acknowledge the work that the police do and talk about what led me to bring this motion to the chamber tonight. So on October the 27th, a young man was stabbed to death at St Kilda Beach. This is an unspeakable tragedy and that has occurred in our municipality. And while you're sort of absorbing those things as a councillor and as a resident, I was down on the St Kilda foreshore on Cup Day and enjoying early evening drinks on the foreshore of St Kilda, and had a front row seat to see how things unfolded at the foreshore on what was quite a hot night. As the night wore on, the crowds grew, and it's hard to sort of believe unless you saw it, but there was literally waves of hundreds of people, like a train had, come to the end of the station, just to the point that you couldn't see through to the beach. It was just waves and waves of people flooding the foreshore. At one point, quite literally in front of me, the police on horseback raced past, telling everyone to get out of the way. Clearly, they were headed towards the South Beach Reserve end, where there was clearly an issue to deal with. And later, you could read in the newspaper that certain things were thrown at police as part of it while they were trying to deal with sort of drunken people on the foreshore. We also heard later on that 5 women were allegedly threatened with a knife during an attempted carjacking. We've all read about other incidents where police have been assaulted as well. This, unfortunately, is just one example of the influx of hundreds of people to St Kilda and St Kilda Beach, which makes it very difficult to control. You can resource, I guess, for the norms, but St Kilda Beach has become very busy on certain weekends and particularly on hot nights. I guess we can all remember the Donovan's employee who was attacked as he was leaving his shift. So it's been a long history. As I left St Kilda Beach that night, there were so many police cars parked along there. I've never seen so many. Clearly they were, probably responding to help out their members and get the crowd under control. It's my view that the police do a good job, a very good job, and we all, in very difficult circumstances, and I know the councillors, we thank the police for the work that they do ongoingly. However, the popularity of St Kilda Beach, particularly, and St Kilda on certain days and weekends, has now become a big focal point for people all over Melbourne. And this is normally something we would welcome, and not necessarily a bad thing, as we want people to be able to enjoy the area. However, the overwhelming numbers and the unfortunate sort of increasing challenging outcomes and sometimes violence means that I think we need to assess the current support available to the police to manage this. This motion is about ensuring as a council that we are assisting the police and requesting a review of the current level of resources and to provide additional resources to be able to assist in these challenging weekends or times. I don't see it as council's job to determine what those resources are, but my hope is that in the Mayor, should this motion get up, writing the letters, that the appropriate government ministers will be able to discuss it with the police and come up with the right mix of police equipment or whatever it is they feel they need. Recently, we had the council, renting and potentially purchasing our own mobile CCTV to try and manage the hooning on Beaconsfield Parade and other suburbs. So we need to ensure that this area in our municipality is safe and a pleasant place for everyone, residents, traders, police and all Victorian residents. Something needs to change, as I feel we're possibly at crossroads, and we want to make sure there's no more deaths and no more police attacks, and that this is a great area of Melbourne. There can be a showcase, it can be a fun place. It is a fun place, but it's always a fun place, a place to enjoy the beach, and everyone can come home worrying about their sunburn rather than their safety. So that's the purpose of the amendment, and I look forward to hopefully the support of the councillors. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Mayor. We're all familiar with the phrase, "Are you okay?" But are you fine with the antisocial and violent behaviours on our streets? Well, for many people in Port Phillip, things are not fine, notably on the streets and foreshore of St Kilda. The situation of a young man, as Councillor Clark has pointed out, was stabbed and died, and this is a terrible situation, and it happened in our municipality, and we cannot ignore this. This stabbing was not an isolated incident. Just this year, to name a few other dangerous incidences, stabbings have also occurred at both ends of Fitzroy Street, on Princess Street, St Kilda, and in the vicinity of the Peanut Farm Reserve. There are also the physical assaults without weapons, which have occurred for far too long on our high streets. These are horrible and dangerous situations which we cannot shy away from, as we do not want anyone else being harmed. We cannot let this become the norm. Oh, that's okay, this is St Kilda, what do you expect? In December 2019, only 2 years ago, a petition with close to 1,000 signatures was presented to Council, asking Council to do something about the safety in Port Phillip. And here we are tonight, and the situation has not improved. Following the tragic death of that young man, traders and business owners called for a meeting on the 9th of November with councillors, council officers and the police. Traders are deeply concerned about the impact of the ongoing antisocial and violent behaviours of groups of young men who come to St Kilda, especially during the warmer months of the year. They want St Kilda to be a safe place for everyone to visit and enjoy, as does the rest of our community. The business people at this meeting live and witness the antisocial behaviour and asked for Council to show leadership to find solutions. In March of this year, Council did change the bylaws to prevent people from bringing alcoholic containers, whether opened or closed, to our beaches over the summer months. And police reported at this same meeting that this has been very helpful. Well, we can continue to ask for help from the police. However, currently the police are limited to gazetting any police actions so that they can deter other antisocial behaviour in popular areas. Residents have also told me that they have either witnessed or have been verbally abused or physically attacked by people who appear to be affected by drugs and or alcohol. Our community does not welcome being told that they should feel safe because the abuse is only a perception. Our community's lived experiences cannot be ignored. We must acknowledge that the community safety is a real issue and is a high priority. Yesterday morning, I again had an opportunity to speak with council staff patrolling Fitzroy Street, and they said there is only so much that they can do to keep our high streets safe. This discussion with staff is just one of the many reasons I will be supporting this motion to ask our state government representatives for more police resources on our streets to keep our communities safe. We have to listen to our traders and our communities so that they can walk our streets any time of the day feeling safe and enjoying visiting our high streets and beaches.
Thanks, Councillor Zirikov. Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Go ahead. Bring that up for you.
Yes, a new item 1 that says thanks and acknowledges the hard work of Victoria Police and in particular the St Kilda precinct over a number of years of support. Sorry, it's late.
It's fine.
Over a number of years to support public safety in the municipality along our 11 kilometres of foreshore and in particular the St Kilda beach areas through Operation Sand Safe on high-risk dates. Item 2 changes the word "it" to council. Item 3 as the addition of the word "occasionally." And item 6 becomes, or a new item 6, requests that officers continue to consult Victoria Police and engage key local stakeholders on how year-round and seasonal activations can assist in encouraging inclusive and safer use of the St Kilda beach area.
Just ask you to take one moment. We've just got an issue with Councillor Baxter's audio.
Oh,
he's back, actually. So, Councillor Baxter, if you just missed that, all we did was read the amendment out that you can see on screen, and I think you've already got a copy of. Just send me a text message if you have any more issues. Looking for a seconder, please, if possible, for the amendment Councillor Consolo's put forward. Councillor Clark, you can't second the amendment because you've moved the substantive. Councillor Bonds seconded the motion. Councillor Baxter is back. No, that's no problem.
I don't know what I circulated. Sorry for it.
We're just making a small amendment. Councillor Baxter.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Back on item 6, following engaged key local stakeholders, the addition of "as is current practice" would be inserted. Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
That's it.
So, and the seconder is fine with that? Andrew, yep. Go ahead, Councillor Consolo. Speaking to the amendment here, just to make sure where we are.
As said by one of the public speakers tonight, this notice of motion is a moral support for residents and traders. I think it's important to also thank and acknowledge the hard work of the Victoria Police, as well as always consider and seek solutions such as activations and through design.
Councillor Bond. Who else would like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Clark.
So as I mentioned earlier, I'd just like to thank Councillor Consolo for adding and strengthening the motion. So, I think those are good additions and thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Consolo, would you like to summarise that? Close, rather? Okay, put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Now go back to the substantive motion. So we've had Councillor Clark speak, Councillor Zirikov speak. Anyone else wish to speak to the substantive motion? Oh, pardon me, Councillor Baxter, you're in. Go ahead, Councillor Baxter. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I won't be supporting this motion, although I do believe the amendments improve it. The reason why I don't support this motion is I think that the issues that we all acknowledge occur on our foreshore and on our streets will generally come from port. What I've seen no evidence of is that there's a lack of resources for the police. In fact, a recent Age article showed that the Victoria Police is the largest and most well-resourced police force in the country by far, and I understand that there may be a stretching of resources through COVID. Other states have also had to deal with that as well to perhaps a different extent, but that has been the case. I do feel that a lot of the issues that we are dealing with are not necessarily ones that are always solved through enforcement or through more policing. In fact, that can often aggravate the issue and make things worse. I do think that council has a role to play through partnership with the state, or even the federal government if they wish to be involved in making our beaches a more welcoming place, in providing programming and providing safe spaces through design and some of the other things that Councillor Consolo mentioned. But there is really, I really truly believe that the police have all the resources they need. They will make decisions about how they allocate.
Councillor Baxter, you there?
Any more?
Can you just we just lost you for maybe 5 seconds. So you said the decisions they make. If you could just go back 5 or 10 seconds.
So they will make decisions about how they allocate those resources. What we have seen quite often in that we hear from the community is that the community have often tried to say call the police or request their assistance and are quite often told council can deal with that, which I don't think is an appropriate thing to do. I think that the police have a job to do. They can't solve all the problems. I think that many of these problems shouldn't be solved by policing and enforcement, but they should be able to do what their remit is. I don't think they need any more resources for that, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
I'm very sympathetic with what the mover and seconder of the motion have said. I think some of the events that we've seen on the foreshore in the last few weeks have been appalling. Particularly, we've heard of the death of a young man, which is an absolute tragedy, and we as a council need to do something to lead the community in addressing these issues. I'm not sure that the waving the law and order banner and successive state governments of various hues have made sure that Victoria has the greatest number per capita of police compared to anywhere else in the nation. But I'm not sure that we're being strategic in how we're deploying those resources. So I've listened to the debate, and if this motion doesn't get up, I'd be quite happy to look at supporting an urgency motion next week, even to look at a more strategic way of addressing this. But I'm going to make some comments to not exactly rebut the arguments. I accept that Councillor Sirikoff and Councillor Clark are very concerned, as we all are, and I understand where they're coming from, but I'm not sure that in the debate, the arguments they've given actually support their motion. I think the arguments that they've given, I think I'm about to show you, are probably supporting a slightly different approach. So yes, we've said that council needs to show leadership, and I fully agree with that. Councillor Clark mentioned that she was at the beach one night and she said there were so many police cars there. And were they being deployed usefully? If there were so many police cars there, then maybe we've got either too many police there or police not being used in the right way. They talked about a review of councils, a review of operational resources. Yes, but that may not be putting in more police. It may be using the police more strategically. We've talked about perhaps a review of local bylaws. We've already talked about looking at revising our bylaws in terms of anti-hooning. Perhaps we could look at revising our bylaws on the beach. I was happy to, in this chamber, either move or second a motion about removing canned alcohol from our beaches earlier this year. Removing sealed containers of alcohol from our beaches, and there may be many other things that we can do as well. One of the speakers earlier talked about we don't want this to become the norm, and I fully agree. We don't want it to become the norm. It's appalling. And they talked about us listening to our traders and listening to our community, and yes, we need to do that. I attended the meeting at the Stoke House about 10 days ago, and our traders, our community, are very clear they want something done, and they don't believe at the moment that the police and council are being fully effective, and we need to find out what we can do. But I'm not sure simply increasing the number of police on our streets in our community is the answer to that. I think we need targeted action. We need to talk to the police about the resources that they need. They may need more equipment. We may need more CCTV. We may need more money from the state government. Only too pleased to ask for that. But I think to simply ask for more police is simply making our beaches if anything, less attractive to the people who we really want to be there. Looking at how we can better activate our beaches. Some of us wanted a Ferris wheel there earlier this year. We're talking about moonlight theatres. We're talking about making movement between the beaches a little more difficult. There are all sorts of things that we can investigate before we simply invite more police into Port Phillip. And I think that's actually going to... Just the fact that we've got a police presence hasn't deterred things in the past. I doubt if it's going to deter things again. We need to have, if we are going to have our police here, we need to have a far more strategic use of their presence. We need to review our bylaws to see if we can make them more effective. We need to review the powers that we've given our police to make sure they've got powers that can deal with inappropriate behaviours in a positive way. So, much as I fully understand why this motion's here, and much as I'd love this chamber to come up with something that can address the issues, I'd prefer to wait, and I'm quite happy, as I say, to bring on an urgency motion next week that will try and address in what I think will be a more positive way. So I don't believe I can support the motion in its current form because I don't believe, as it's written, it's going to make a significant difference.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. Who else would like to speak to the motion? There being any others? Okay, Councillor Clark, would you like to close? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bond, I didn't see you there. Go ahead.
Right. I'll just read out a paragraph from an email we all received earlier today. And it's from a Fitzroy Street trader. And just one paragraph that grabbed my attention was, we note the City of Port Phillip street cleaning team are mainly excellent in their attention and engagement with the rough sleepers. However, despite going beyond their scope of duty, are not responsible for either outreach nor immediate attention for 000 situations. Our participants' general view is that there is decreasing police presence, and should situations arise where 000 is contacted, more often than not, there is no response to situations which of late are clearly police matters. So that's direct feedback to us as councillors from someone who's operating a business on Fitzroy Street. I think that in that little paragraph, 2 sentences, it highlights the problem we have, I think, in St Kilda. And it's not a problem that appears just in summer. It's not a problem that appears just on warm nights. It's a problem that's ever present in St Kilda throughout the entire year. And I hear it repeatedly and so often from traders, from residents and business owners and people, all visitors to St Kilda, is that when they need the police there, often not able to get a response. And it's probably because there is something much more important happening somewhere else in another part of our municipality. But the feedback from people that they are not able to get a police response when they require one is so strong and so consistent that I think it highlights we do have a need for greater police resources, not just special events, not just summer policing, but year-round in St Kilda to deal with the problems that exist every day in and around St Kilda, summer, winter, day, night. And you hear it, the feedback consistently that I've rung the police, I couldn't get a response. Yeah, and when people complain to me as their local councillor saying, you know, what are council going to do about this? For a situation that is clearly a police matter, it's clearly a AAA response required. I say to them, did you ring the police? Did you report it? They say, no, I don't bother, they never come. And you hear that feedback consistently. And I've heard that feedback consistently for years. So, you know, there is an issue here. It's not as I said, it's not a summer-winter thing. It's a year-round, consistent feedback that we do in St Kilda require more police resources to deal with the day-to-day problems that our residents and our businesses are experiencing. And I think, you know, it's no reflection on the hard-working people of the St Kilda Police Station. I'm sure they're all underworked. They're all overworked. I'm sure they've got too much on their plate. I'm sure there's so many important things happening in and around St Kilda that they cannot get to the little things, the day-to-day things that that many of our residents require their attention for. And that's not a situation that can be addressed by council. We don't run the local police, we don't control them, they're not answerable to us. We can't tell them what they can and can't do. Those instructions can only come from the state government, from the police minister, from the Premier, from our local member. And I think it's important that we as a council write to them and let them know what it is that our community are telling us every single day. We're all hearing it from our residents and business owners. So we need to let them know that there is a problem here that needs attention. That I tend to agree with some of the other councillors that spoke that we have got the largest police force in the country. When 50 people wanted to have a picnic in Fitzroy Street and hold freedom signs or whatever, we could get 120 police to Ackland Street, We could get 120 police down there from 9 o'clock in the morning till 4 or 5 at night. But I can walk down Ackland Street every single day of the week and see people whose behaviour is totally inappropriate. I can see people drinking, I can see people drunk, I can see people doing things they shouldn't be doing on Ackland Street, but there is never anything done about that day after day after day. So that's the sort of response we want from our local police. We want, they came to us for years and begged, can you ban drinking? We want these alcohol laws, and very reluctantly I agreed to many of them because I feel it was inappropriate. It was a breach of my freedoms and many other people's freedoms to ban drinking, but we got to the point as a city where we had no other choice. And the police said, we will enforce those laws if you give us these powers, these bylaws, and I rarely see them enforced. I can walk down Ackland Street any day between 2 and 6 in the afternoon and just see people there drinking straight from wine bottles, spirit bottles, cans, you name it. It happens continuously, and it is that is often the source of the antisocial behaviour that our residents keep speaking to us about. And I genuinely believe it is a lack of police resources is why they're not down there every day. You see occasionally they'll be down there. They had their van there about 2-3 weeks ago and it was fine. Everyone was commenting. Everyone noticed, hey, isn't it great to have that police van down in the Ackland Street Plaza? And the behaviour of the street reflected the police presence. But when the police are not there, the behaviour of what you see in the street reflects the fact that there are no police around, and people know that generally there won't be a police response unless there is an absolute emergency down there. So I think that's the purpose of this notice of motion, is to write to our local MPs, to our police minister, to our Premier, and say, hey, we've got a problem here. Our residents are telling us we have a problem here. Our businesses are telling us we have a problem here that only a police response can deal with. And we as councillors in Port Phillip have an obligation to represent the feedback and present the feedback we're receiving from our residents daily to our local members of parliament, to the state MPs, and say, hey, you need your help. We need something down here to help with an increased police presence, and everyday police presence, not just a special response on hot days, not just a couple of blitzes in and around whenever there's media attention on some bad event, but a genuine everyday greater police presence in and around St Kilda to deal with this antisocial behaviour and the thefts and the assaults and all the crimes that we're continually hearing about every day. So I urge my fellow councillors, even if you have reservations about this, and I'll work with you on any other ideas you have, and we can still come back next week with other proposals if you think there's things we can do. But certainly support these, and they are only letters. It's not a policy. It's not costing us anything. It's just a couple of letters from us as a council representing our businesses, representing our residents to our state MPs, and letting them know of the issues we have and what we believe to be is a solution, and that is a greater police presence in and around St Kilda. So urge you to support it if you can.
Thanks, Councillor Bond. Councillor Crawford.
I won't be supporting this motion for a number of reasons. I think we're going back to front, and I did try to talk about an amendment, which for governance reasons wasn't included. We haven't actually talked to the police. It might be an allocation issue. It's a police commissioner, maybe not a resourcing. They probably have enough resources across the state, but we haven't actually spoken to the police about where the problems are. So I can't support something when we haven't identified. Perhaps it's the police commissioner we need to write to ask for a reallocation of some of those resources to our area more consistently. They are an independent body to our local MPs and ministers, so I'm not sure that they can, even if there was to be more resourcing, send them to St Kilda, because that's actually an operational decision for the Victorian Police. So I won't be supporting it because I think we need to start there. Then if they say to us, we still need more resources, it's not just a matter of that, then I'm happy to consider writing to our MPs, our upper house members, the police minister. But we haven't taken that basic first step. The other thing is, I think with the assisting of the police, I'm not sure how we are assisting them. They've made it very clear to us over the last 5 years since I've been here when they'd like us to change things, whether it's local laws or CCTV. They have let us know. They have not actually asked us in this regard, and we haven't asked them. Now, I think the thing that we're not focusing on is the bigger picture. It's a complex issue. There is terrible behaviour going on right now, obviously. Part of it could be, COVID, response to being locked down. A lot of big social issues are not just resolved by policing. And the traders have been asking us for a long time, and we have been consistently working with them over a long time on how to improve the foreshore in these peak times and other things like that on the street. And when we had our moment to actually do something, we voted down a Ferris wheel in the exact hotspot that they're talking about, that we're now concerned about. So I think that there is, one, we're already doing everything that's declared in this motion. We're already having the conversations with traders, police generally, with MPs. It's not like we're not doing any of this. So the motion is not new. 2, we're starting in the wrong place. 3, I note that the police have been stretched ridiculously because of these protests. Perhaps we need to write to other people in government to help them to damp down this civil unrest and the crazy behaviour that's going on there, because that's taking many, many resources away from the area. And in regards to community safety, we know that there are parts that our role that council can play, and we should continue to play them. But community safety in the end is the police, and we haven't had that discussion on how we can best support them at this time. The other thing is the traders of over the years, we don't want to talk these things down, and now it's on public record. We actually want to work quietly and improve it without making it sound like St Kilda is always a dangerous place. There are incidents. There have always been incidents. Yes, we should address them. Yes, we should look at it. But I just feel like this motion adds nothing to what we're already doing, and until we actually have the conversation with the people who make the decisions on where the resources go, I think that I'm very cynical. It is a motion designed to do something other than actually help our local residents.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Who else would like to speak? No further speakers. Councillor Clark, it's your motion to close.
Thanks, Mayor. I think what Councillor Bond had to say and Councillor Sirikoff, we have a responsibility as councillors and leadership, as Councillor Sirikoff mentioned, to be looking after our community and hearing what they're speaking about. And I can think of, if I think about the hooning in Port Melbourne, I think about the CCTV, this is probably equal in terms of deafening, in terms of the noises that are coming from the community regarding this issue and the safety around St Kilda and St Kilda Beach. And as Councillor Bond said, it's not just on the hot days. So to suggest that you can't support a motion because we haven't spoken to the police, I'm struggling to see how the challenges the police are dealing with that in no small way could further police not be of some assistance. It seems hard to reconcile how that could not be the case. And it's also hard to see how writing some letters, which they're not the panacea. They're not necessarily going to solve all the problems. No one's suggesting they are, but it's also something relatively simple for councillors to do to support the community. So it's also difficult to see how that's a challenge that some councillors can't support either. Working quietly doesn't seem to have done that much, really. So we are where we are with deaths and police, and so I think part of my motion is to more publicly seek that support to try and help us improve the situation. So at the end of the day, councillors, all of us are responsible for the community and the people that we represent. As I said, I think the traders are speaking constantly, the residents are speaking constantly, and I hope that if this motion is supported, that us advocating through the Mayor to the appropriate state representatives might help in some small way. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I'll now put that motion. All those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. No, okay. Andrew Bond has called a division. All those in favour? Councillors Bond, Sirikoff, Consolo, Pearl, Clark. Those against? Councillor Copsey, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Martin, Councillor Crawford. That motion is carried. Move now to item 5, which is a report by council delegates. Councillors, any reports? Sorry, pardon me. Item 15. We're not going back to item 5. Okay, moving now to item 16. Councillors, do you have any items of urgent business? There being none, move to item 17, which is confidential matters. There are no confidential matters, and I declare the meeting closed. Thank you, councillors.